Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Here we are on January 13th, 2026, a Tuesday on the second week of the year. Headlines continue to be more exciting than markets. That's what I continue to see. Markets still seem to be pretty sleepy, still kind of recovering from the holidays. And I keep seeing the bulls defending the indexes on weakness, but there's no real energy on the rallies. And so really kind of a sideways tape. I know there's going to be more headlines and stuff that are going to continue to come. You could feel like the President Trump is quick on the trigger right now to send a tweet. So who knows, right? We'll see. But for now, everything seems to be pretty quiet. Obviously, highlight remains everything that we're seeing in the metals, and we will be talking a lot more about that throughout the morning session. Joining me in the panel, of course, our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist, Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
And on the big screen, he's retired the IU hat for now. It's temporary. We'll see if he doesn't pull it out again Thursday, Friday. I feel it's coming. My man, Jimmy K's Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. Another glorious day here on the island. I am double-fisted today. I have a Ninja cup of coffee and I have a Ninja cup of matcha. So I'm ready to go, man.
Matcha?
Matcha. I got him on matcha.
Why? I mean, all of you, are you guys drinking coffee out there, or are you guys drinking matcha? Let us know in chat. Good morning, chat. Hopefully everyone's doing well. If you're drinking matcha, there's no judging here. There's judging.
Listen, I just do what Shai tells me to do. That's all. So I'm going with it.
Yeah. It feels like a midday lunch kind of thing, matcha, not a morning, get it going here. I love tea though. I do drink tea. Cliff is drinking vodka. Cliff, where are you at? I might be hanging with Cliff. We all look at somebody else is going, disembodied Jesus is drinking whiskey. Of course you are. Why would you be drinking anything else? All right. Well, again, like I said, a quick preview of everything. It's just really kind of quiet. You think the equities are quiet. Look at the bond market if you really want a sleeper. But we'll get into all of that, Shai, the news.
Yep. Basically, it's all about oil in the overnight, which is up about 2%. Last night, we had Trump vowing 25% tariffs on countries doing business with Iran. He said any country doing business with the Islamic Republic of Iran will pay a tariff of 25% on any and all business being done with the United States of America. This order is final and conclusive. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, in response to that, I did note last night on X that the top 5 Iranian trading partners are China, UAE, Turkey, Iraq, and India. Now, the big question here is going to be whether China sees these 25% tariffs as a new escalation in trade, as China accounts for roughly 30% of Iran's total trade and serves as Tehran's economic lifeline, essentially. China imports between 1.38 and 1.8 million barrels per day of crude oil, representing 90% of all Iranian exports. They also purchase an additional $11 billion in non-oil goods, including petrochemicals and metals. Trade flows in the other direction as well, with China exporting 13 to 18 billion worth of machinery, electronics, chemicals, etc., to Iran. So it's important to note that in the past, Beijing has openly defied U.S. sanctions, labeling its oil trade with Tehran as legal and showing no curtailments to purchases of the discounted Iranian crude that it gets from them. So the thing is going to be China's response to this. Do we see kind of this same rather subdued defiance and just continues doing business with Iran that they have done in the past with oil, or do they retaliate? And essentially, if this escalates, obviously that is going to matter to the equity markets. So keep an eye on what China may or may not say about this new 25% tariffs. In addition to that, we also had 4 oil tankers hit by drones near the CPC oil terminal in Russia. This is the Caspian Pipeline Consortium. Ukraine did not immediately comment about the tax, but it is worth noting that we have only one port of entry open, and Kazakhstan exports all of their oil through that area. And so far, because of drone attacks, they have their production has plunged by 35% in the first 2 weeks of January. And so this, of course, is kind of another problem with oil tankers being hit. Again, we do have oil up 2% today on this. We did have JPM report today. Now, they did beat on consensus, but they had an investment banking fees drop on a debt underwriting miss. That's just important to note because we had financials getting hit yesterday, obviously, because of the 10% credit card cap floated on interest rates, and we have more of the banks reporting tomorrow. So financial is also a sector to watch today. We had Takaichi's early Japan election jolts the yen. So we had the prime minister reported a plan for a snap election. This fueled a rally in stocks, pushed bonds down, and drove the yen deeper into intervention risk zone. And so we will have to see if, again, we've talked about the carry trade before, what this means. So we'll have to see if Bank of Japan does sort of intervene in the yen, because that could also cause some distortions in the market with people unwinding trades, just to keep an eye on. And last but not least, we do have CPI today, which we will get into a lot later, but it is important because it is actually timely news. We do have, it will be December data, finally, after the government shutdown. That said, there were a lot of distortions in the November data. If you know, we came in well below
How
consensus.
dare they have distortions in data?
Because of the government shutdown, only half the data was reported. So we'll have to see. It'll be very important how this December print comes in, as well as January tends to be higher inflationary also. And so that'll matter as well when we get those numbers in February.
I mean, I got to think inflation's coming back. It just feels like it is. I don't know. Call me crazy. Everything you look at, you see what's happening in energy now. We've been talking about it, I said, for the past quarter. If you look at the markets that are really taking hold so far this year, it's metals and energy. Okay? I mean, I don't know what softs are doing. They're not doing too much. But you're not seeing anything that tells you that we're not going to have inflation. I don't really think. I mean, we'll see. And again, it's going to come down to, are things really slowing down? Or, you know, I'd be curious to see what the data looks like across the board. Craig, what caught your eye overnight?
Seems like a lot going on, and yet nothing's going on.
And nothing's happening. Yay.
You know, we're definitely ratcheting up the geopolitical headlines. We're ratcheting up the back and forth with the Fed. There's, you know, ratcheting up the tariff man is back potentially. I think that was an interesting timing for the tariffs, you know, with the potential Supreme Court ruling tomorrow, Trump trying to give the court a little bit of real world foreign policy perspective on this is why we have tariffs. And so maybe try to either push back the court's decision, or who knows exactly what he's trying to do. But, the markets are sanguine, right? It's expiry week this week on Friday. And what we talk about a lot here is the flows, right? And so we've had a strong start to the year. The passive flows have been coming into the tape. In an expiry week, we typically have the hedge buyback flows. January is an enormous month for single stock options because of the annual leaps that we have. So it kind of seems like the expiry is holding things together while the geopolitical and macro and event catalysts are rising. And so I know what Jem Carson often says is the window of weakness opens after expiry when the markets could trade a little bit truer. That opens up next week. So I think some of the stuff that we're talking about is going to start mattering more after Friday, when some of the systematic flows become less important, or the probability that other things matters a little bit more.
I mean, no doubt. I mean, again, how many times have we said this? And we've been saying this. I've been saying this for years. Nothing matters until it does. And the tape right now is just not reflecting anything that we're seeing, right? And if you just pulled it back and looked at it purely on a technical basis, which is what I'll do after I develop a theme, I mean, the markets are, you look at the NASDAQ, it's really just trading in the first days of the year. The first day of the year, the NASDAQ is pretty much, 80, 90% of the range. So they couldn't escalate lower. They have no energy higher. I mean, yesterday we did get above the range. I mean, we're making it, but it gets pulled back. Basically, I don't know if it went right near the low overnight. 25,825 roughly is the first day of the year's high. In NASDAQ, we're at 25.9. I mean, so we had that huge day. Since then, we've done nothing. And, anytime I see a tape that's like this, it just reminds me of a tape I've seen many times before. It's, as Ozzy Osbourne said, it's the road to nowhere, And it's just, I don't think that the market wants to do much.
Look at you throwing in an Ozzy Osbourne quote. I'm kind of impressed over here.
Well, I do. I love Ozzy, But yeah, I mean, it's just, that's where we are right now. I mean, I would not be buying into strength. I would not be selling into weakness. I've gotten short NASDAQ twice. I've gotten stopped out twice. First time sucked. I got clipped. The second one, I lost a little bit, and I said, okay, I'm done with this. And again, at the end of the day, I don't want to be short. I hate being short. I really do. I've said this before. I like being long, the indexes, but they're not showing me any reason really to be long. Jimmy, we'll go to you and we'll take a look at the tape. S&P this morning down $8, nearly nothing, 7,008 and a quarter. NASDAQ 25,009. If anything, the S&P is showing more strength. Still the upside leader between the two biggies. Russell 2647 down $2. Dow 49,700, still hovering just below 50K. Natty gas up this morning, up 67 ticks, 3.47. Heating oil up almost 2% to 219.55 or 5.5. You look at crude oil, 60.56. Crude oil continues to break out. We're going to look at that on the charts this morning. Crude oil to me, opening range above the opening day's high, above the yearly VWAP. I continue to think that that's the place to be, although I'm not long it. I really should be. I'm kind of pissed at myself. I was gone last week. I should have bought it, even though I was on my mobile phone, but it is what it is. Kind of missed it, but I think crude oil's got legs. Metals this morning, gold is down $5, 46.10 roughly. Copper, 604. Continues to be a story. We'll talk more about that with Shai. Silver this morning, 80. Is that 86.98? I mean, it's like, okay. I mean, continues to go higher. Platinum, 23.63. And then you got the bond market, relatively flat as we have data coming out this morning. Not a surprise, just below 4.2%, 4.194 on the 10-year. And the dollar is up modestly against currencies, but it's up the most against the yen, going back to what Shai said earlier. Jimmy, what'd you see in the tape overnight?
Yeah, I mean, a couple of markets that I've been watching are just range bound. I mean, you got bonds and Bitcoin just kind of range bound forever, right? And we got price happiness, you can call it that, or uncertainty, you can call it that, but not a lot of movement right there. I think the market this morning that raised my eyebrows was crude. I'm looking at a breakout to the upside on crude. I was kind of surprised to see that bumping up against the top part of that consolidation range. And right now it's looking pretty strong. So I know you've been talking about, energies, the year of the energies. It might start earlier than later. The other market that I'm kind of looking at is the Euro FX has been in a kind of a downtrend versus the US dollar for, 3 weeks now, 2.5 weeks now. A little bit of a pause today, but still a really decisive trend channel there. So I'm looking at that. Let's see if we get continued weakness, which means strength in the US dollar versus that particular currency. And then the other kind of thing that was we don't talk about this enough, but, we had that WASDE report by the USDA yesterday, and apparently there is abundant supply in the wheat market, and we had a big break in price when that report hit. So that, and the same with corn, but mostly wheat. So that USDA report that comes out every once in a while, tracking inventories and imports, exports, stuff like that, was pretty bearish yesterday.
Yeah, I mean. So I guess essentially that's not really going to show inflation on the softs, but when we look at it across the board, Shai, I want to go to you. Copper, it's an important metal. We're seeing obviously precious metals across the board get bid. Copper's a different story. What's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, we saw kind of a bout of softness last week, but that was largely driven by technical and flow related factors rather than kind of the deterioration of the fundamental picture. We talked about the fact that, supply demand, we're going to start hitting a deficit this year, and that's set to increase out to 2030. Copper is needed for heating and cooling in the data centers. There are miles and miles and miles and miles of copper wire needed in these data centers. So the demand is there. And again, I go back to the fact that I think, copper is telling us more of a story of supply demand than it is maybe the health of the economy, Dr. Copper, how they call it. And so we could be seeing, underlying weakness in the economy, but that's not going to kind of stop this copper trade right now because of this AI demand for data center build out.
It's a specific demand, right? I mean, it's not a demand that is reaching out to what mainstream we would say. It's a demand that's coming from an industrial side of things, which again, overall, you would have to think that is bullish, right? I mean, I don't know that it's necessarily bearish, but I still think it's inflationary.
100%.
Right, just because it impacts other things. I mean, again, I'm no macro expert. That's why I got you two in here. But
well, and it's the same with copper, the same with silver, right?
Yeah.
The industrial metal also needed for AI data centers and building out industrials right now. I mean, we even had Elon Musk was like, well, I need silver for EVs as well, right? Copper's also important to EVs, and they gotta buy. They have to buy, regardless of price.
Exactly.
If you want to keep moving forward,
because the other parts of the economy that's needed are now going to pay up for it.
Look, I think you have a situation where you have these massive companies that have huge capex intentions and build outs and are looking at the supply chain and saying, we cannot afford to have any disruptions, and we will basically pay any price for materials. They are a small component of the overall cost structure, whether it's silver in a solar panel or copper for the electrical build out. So these companies are saying, we need the metal. And when you look at the exchanges, you start to get concerned, is physical metal around? I don't know. These, the conspiracy theories around, whether it's in silver. The company's like, I can't deal with this nonsense. Get me the metal. I don't care. We need it, and I want it. And so I think that and then you add to that kind of this resource nationalism component as well. Elevated geopolitical concerns, export restrictions coming out of China, us ratcheting up, trade tariff talks again. Companies are thinking, just again, get me the material. We can't be bothered with the back and forth between geopolitical leaders. We're going to build this stuff out. We need the material. Let's go get it. Let's pay up for it. And let's go.
Yeah, I want to talk more about tariffs with Shai in just a second. But Jimmy, you mentioned it earlier this morning. There's some change in margins on the metals. You want to tell everybody about that? What's going on there?
Yeah, so they've changed the way that they're doing margins. So the CME for metals anyway. I don't know about the rest of the products yet, but the CME would set an overnight margin. Call it overnight initial margin and maintenance margin, and they would set that level at a fixed number based on their span margining calculations, and it's a risk measured approach, right? You need to have so much money to hold this position overnight because it's a leveraged position. So that was a dollar amount. Now for metals, they're changing it to a percent of notional value. So it's going to be dynamic. It's going to change every day because the notional value of a futures contract changes every day. So it's basically price times the multiplier. And so when you do the math, it's not that much of a difference today, but in terms of what the margin was yesterday for the metals. But as markets go up, then you're going to have that percentage increase in margins. As markets go down, you'll have that percentage decrease in margins. So, and they used to do this way back, in prehistoric time, and they changed it to a fixed number. So I don't know that this is going to change the dynamics of price action per se. I think it's a smart, efficient way to do it. I think it makes it easier for everybody.
I do too. I think this is the smarter way to do it because obviously as prices go up, I mean, you would assume margins go up because, again, a 1% move changes as prices go higher. I mean, you go back and look at the S&P. I mean, I remember there was a day we came in and we saw the Dow down 100 points, and everyone be like, "Holy shit, the Dow's down 100." You know what I mean? Now the Dow's down 400, and you're like, I mean, whatever, whatevs. You know what I mean?
And I think it also saves kind of the market from a shock, right? When they just keep increasing margins because of volatility, that freaks out and then people drop. Now you know ahead of time kind of what your margin's going to be without without kind of that shock of raising or lowering margins from the exchange.
Yeah, the only thing that gets kind of interesting is if you have a big spike, and you're carrying a position, you're going to have a different margin from one day to the next. And the question is, how does that manage? Does it shave off one contract, or how many contracts to be able to meet it? Do you have to make that margin requirement? I hold a lot of stuff overnight, and so I'm always. That's something that I pay attention to. I don't really use intraday margins that often unless I really kind of need to. It's rare, but I look at the overnight as my base for what I'm looking at. So something like that for me would be interesting to see, how that looks and how they notify you, because now it's a lot more on the clearing firms and stuff to make sure that their clients know as that changes. You got to keep a little bit of a buffer again. But as prices go down, it's the same thing. It reduces your amount of capital, so it gets more capital efficient as we go down. So anyway, just something.
Yeah, but
for
also
all of you guys
the other factor that I just want to throw out real quick is we don't know how the brokerage firms are going to respond to day trade margins, right? Day trade margins are a whole other animal, a lot lower than the initial margins, and right now it's still a fixed number. Will they change to this kind of percent model as well? I don't know.
Maybe we have somebody from brokerage come on and tell us about that. We'll figure that out.
There you go.
You're talking.
Yeah. I want to maybe go to the charts here in just a minute. We've got CPI coming out. Let's see if we can go to my stuff. I want to talk a little bit about some things I'm seeing. I want to start off. I want to talk about crude oil a little bit because we're not going to talk much about it once we get into CPI, but I do want to talk about it and where we are with it from a technical perspective and go around the horn a little bit with you guys as we'll preview CPI here shortly. So this is something that I look at, just 921 moving averages. I look at my beacon indicator again, which is free. And once we get above my red area, which is 59.54 now, we're in what I consider breakout mode. Anytime the mouth of that Bollinger Band opens up like that, it's telling me that volatility is expanding. You finally have expansion in crude oil. Not something we've seen in a while. It's really been, if you look at the Bollinger Bands, it's mostly been Bollinger Bands coming inward or going flat. Very rarely have we seen expansion, only like back in here, and it quickly came back in. You're above the opening range high for the year. Obviously, if you're above the high, you're above the low, but you're above that opening range. And I look at that as just the first day of the year. I look at where the anchored VWAP is to the beginning of the year, and money is being put into energy. And that's the bottom line right now. And so when I see this trade could start getting accelerated. I really like, this is my favorite trade for day traders right now. If you're looking for a market that is now starting to trend and you want multiple things, behind the scenes, on your bigger picture technicals to help support that, I have Bollinger Bands showing expansion. I have above, key resistance. I have us breaking out above a previous week's high. I have us above everything. And so to me, energy right now is the strongest technical market that's new to the scene. And I don't know, maybe you guys want to go talk a little bit about it.
Well, absolutely. And you have to also look at positioning, right? This market has been very unloved. Positioning, open interest is the lowest it's been in a very long time, and that includes both long and short positions. Look at that.
Look at that.
So, if this market starts moving, once again, you could have people starting to wake up and jump on this trade because they haven't been involved yet.
Yeah, I want to go to you, Craig, because this morning when we got Delta Airlines, what's going to change now is that you've got the people that are mass consumers of energy, airlines, other parts of the economy that we have not talked much about as we start getting into earnings. This is going to get interesting now because this is where you start to see where real inflation comes in because everybody touches crude oil. It's in our plastics, it's in everything that we do. If this trade does start to get legs, and I'm going to tell you what, I look at this chart, that's a depressed chart with no COT on either side, that all of a sudden it could be a game changer for this year.
Yeah, lower oil has been kind of the one area of the administration's story that's really, the president has harped on all year and has been working, right? He's been talking about getting lower oil prices down, wanting lower oil prices, doing whatever it takes to get lower oil prices. And just interesting, like now that the geopolitical stuff is back on the table with the Venezuela stuff, Iran, China, Taiwan, who knows? But I think interestingly, last week when he had the CEOs come in, and basically try to force them to go down to Venezuela and spend hundreds of billions of dollars to get that capacity online. Exxon CEO came out and said, yeah, not for us, thanks for playing. And like, the biggest company in the world is basically saying, we're not going to help you go and spend money to bring that capacity back online. I don't know if that was like a subtle trigger to the markets waking up and saying, wait a minute, we're not going to get that oil quickly and it's going to take a lot more money. Look, the other thing too is when Trump's talking about $50 oil, that means the shale CapEx is just not profitable.
Yep.
Right. And so he's basically, he's burning the head that feeds him, right? Biting the head that feeds him, right? I mean, he wants lower oil, but lower oil is not going to allow companies to deliver on CapEx and grow production in the U.S. And it's going to ultimately lead to higher oil. So I think the geopolitical stuff, I think we can't really push oil prices down too much further. Otherwise, we risk, employment and the economy in pretty strong Trump stalwart areas, right, from a polling perspective. So he has to kind of come off the heat there a little bit. We actually need oil prices that are moving in a range-bound direction, maybe with a little bit of upward bias. But then you're right; it brings back this dynamic of inflation, the consumer sees it immediately, right? I mean, it basically, immediately oil goes up, gasoline goes up, and everyone's like, "Oh crap! I pay that every week. That's inflationary," and it starts to change the narrative about the Fed, about interest rates, and you can see how this all could start to unravel the positive dynamics from last year into 26. If inflation's coming back, if oil's moving higher, if the Fed's on hold, where's the incremental positive news for earnings at that point? It becomes a much more challenging story.
100%. I mean, think about it. Airline tickets go up, cruises go up, everything for travel goes up. Everything starts to go up across the board, and you really wonder how that looks. Again, I'm going here before CPI because where we were versus where we are now could change. So we'll talk about that dynamic this morning. Of course, Shai will be giving us the news for CPI, and then we'll have Craig, myself, and Jimmy commenting on market reactions after that. So I wanted to lead off with that. I'm going to go ahead, Jimmy. Anything on crude?
Yeah, just real quick for our day traders for crude oil right now. I mean, we're literally just today for the first time hit new highs in crude. We're past the December. I'm sorry, we're past the December highs. We're tracking 60.59 right now. And then we have a $61 zero DTE call resistance level, which is going to be important. And then we get beyond that, you got a $61.28 one-day max calculation from MenthorQ.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if those are getting hit today. Would not shock me. Again, look for what's happening in the macro. This is how it comes into play. All of a sudden, when technicals make sense, that's when day traders can use it more, swing traders like myself. So you're starting to see that story come alive. I'm going to go to my charts here, and then we're going to do preview of. We'll go to Jimmy's charts for the data, and we'll probably have him have bonds up, and then we'll have him go over his stuff post CPI. But so this is something that I look at. So I box out the high and low of the year in the Nasdaq. I box out the opening print, and I look at the 9 and 21-day moving averages. And this to me was the slop range, right? You see all the lines in there, and it's kind of like there's just not a lot to do. We got below the VWAP. I said I got short. I talked about it yesterday. They closed back up there, and now we're back above my box, and I look at it and go above 25,825 roughly, down to 25,000. That VWAP has moved up to like 760 now. The NASDAQ is just in sideways to grind mode. Again, I look at if it gets below this area back down in here, I feel it should get pulled to the bottom. It did not. But above here, I just can't be short. I mean, you just look at this market right now, and it's just a simple way of looking at where we are for the year. They're trying to build. As I said earlier in my note, it's more defensive than offensive. And you look at S&P, it's the same thing. Again, it's something that I'll keep up on my charts pretty much all year long. I'll look at this boxed out range. But what's interesting is that the VWAP got above the opening day's high in the S&P. And what does that mean? It means that we've now built off of that first day of the year. I look at it as we got momentum, we've built above it. So indexes are bullish, hard to be bearish. We'll see what the data comes out. Let's switch over to Jimmy's charts, and we'll do a quick preview with Shai for the data.
All right, so we have CPI month-over-month survey is 0.3%. Year over year is 2 2.7%, and then core CPI, which is the Fed's preferred metric, survey is 2.7%. Prior is 2.6%. Now the swap market is saying this is going to come in hotter, so we'll see.
So if it comes in hotter, Craig, what are we looking at?
Yeah, look, I think broadly speaking, people aren't so focused necessarily on this print. They still think there's some issues with the data, but a hot print, maybe a positive revision from last month's weird print, I think would really start to pressure the front end a bit here. I think we'd firmly price out. I think for January is basically off the table anyway, but we'd start to price out March too. And so, I think we'd see front end yields move higher. We'd see probably a bear flattening. I think broadly speaking, we'd see yields up, but I think the front end probably would move more than the back end. And then look at the labor market, as we've been talking about, is a little bit softer. You kind of have that stagflationary dynamic developing, and you bring in the energy stuff kind of creeping up too. So a little bit of inflationary pressure not going away. Labor market a little bit softer. That's a more of a precarious outlook for cyclicals and for cyclical momentum in the economy to start 26.
So the data came in, CPI month over month in line with survey 0.3%. Core CPI month over month came in lower than the survey at 0.2%. Now we're year over year, which actually matters more. CPI came in at 2.7% in line with the survey, and core came in at 2.6%, slightly lower than the survey at 2.7%, but in line with the prior.
Jimmy, preview, what's shaking across the board?
Yeah, I mean, bonds are catching a little bit of a bid right now. We're driving back up toward this top of the consolidation range, pretty close to 116 handle right now. We'll see if that stalls out or not, but it definitely moved up several ticks on the news for sure. You can see it on my chart. NASI, let's go to the NASI real quick. Let me just go to intraday to kind of see it better. NASDAQ like this. NASDAQ is perky. We got all the way up to that 0 DTE call resistance level of 26,000 right now. So benchmark candle so far in the making, at least from a 10-minute candle point of view. But we did break out to the upside in the stock index futures. We'll take a look at E-mini S&P real quick. Same story, systematic behavior. We have a long way to go, though, to get to that 0 DTE call resistance level, but we do have this pretty substantial breakout to the upside. And then gold, let's just take a look at gold really quick. Gold, not quite as exciting, but also caught a bid. So gold's making new highs on the session.
Again, so what this number did is it took the existing trends and accentuated them. That's the way I look at it. I mean, when I look at data, the first thing I look at is if you look at the existing trend, is it taking it further within trend, right? Or is it a mean reversion, right? Anytime I see data that's supportive of technical, it just tells you that, really very skeptical of fading it because you have multiple things working together. That's why I went over equities first and said, look, I can't be short NASDAQ above here. I can't be short S&P above here. And maybe this is the spark it needed for equities to start getting moving here. Craig, what's your thoughts of this data?
Yeah, I mean, look, a cooler than expected print. I didn't see the revisions, but I don't think there was anything in the way of a surprise there too. So I think this will just, like to your point, accelerate the narrative that inflation is, maybe behind us, right? I mean, we're talking this morning about the potential for future inflation coming back, but the trends have been disinflationary, right? And so the market's been trading that for quite some time, and the Fed has been kind of thinking about, certainly doves in the Fed have been saying inflation is yesterday's story. It's time to keep cutting rates. The president obviously wants lower rates because he thinks there's no inflation too. So that's the way the market has been kind of set up, and I think that's what the reaction you're seeing here. So a little bit more pressure, front end yields lower, equities like it, volatility down. But I think this is it's an older head. We'll quickly move on, right? I think we're going to quickly move on into what are earnings going to look like. What's the Supreme Court look like tomorrow? Is Trump going to continue to be aggressive with the tweets? So I think this is an interesting number, a little bit stale in light of what's to come. But to your point, maybe this is the breakout kind of data point that the market was looking for to break out of this range. When we'll see.
Yeah, technicals are coinciding with data. Shai?
I would like to say if we look at all inflation has risen, as we've seen inflation minus energy has come down a bit. So let's just take out the energy portion. We have energy increased 0.3% in December. Natural gas increased 4.4% over the same time period. Gasoline did decrease about 0.5%, but more than anything, we had the electricity index increased 6.7%. So we are seeing a rise.
What offset that for the CPI data then to be coming in cooler?
So less than. Give me a minute here.
Yeah, let her look at that. In the meantime, Jimmy, update on everything. We got above that 0 DTE on NASDAQ was 26,000. S&P might have gotten close to it. Give us a preview what's happening in the indexes.
Yeah. All right. By the way, bonds are settling back down. We hit that 0 DTE call resistance and just kind of settled back down off of that. Going back to the NASDAQ right now, it's still pretty strong. We still have that breakout going. We don't have that retracement back down. We're still above call resistance, just short of JX3 right now. And we're just flirting with yesterday's highs as we speak. So again, this is kind of sticky, strong so far this, a few minutes after the release. S&P... Same story again, systematic price behavior here, not giving a lot back. 70-30, is pretty strong. That's the benchmark candle there. VWAP is just launched straight upward. So are the moving averages. And the oscillators are way overbought, but that's not a thing. Don't trade off that, but it's strong.
Anytime I see things that are overbought, I actually want to buy them, not sell them. And the reason is because they're overbought for a reason. It's just the way it is. I mean, the only time I want to sell something that's overbought is if it stays overbought for a while and then it rotates down and I get a mean reversion look on, whether I'm looking at my boomer bands or something else tells me that. But it's the only way I play mean reversion and overbought. But to me, overbought or oversold is just continuation of trends. Yeah. I never look at those. But again, platinum turned around, went from negative to positive. Silver continues to make a new high. Copper just stayed where it was. Gold continues to stay bid. Crude oil was right where it was. And again, the indexes have turned around. Russell's leading the charge. Maybe we just do a little Russell before I go back to the panel, Jimmy. We got RTY is up 0.75%. It's up the most percentage-wise, and it continues to be a leader of the indexes right now.
Yeah, and Shai had a great post on it yesterday. This is, again, same systematic behavior, big benchmark candle off the number on an intraday chart. I mean, we have a big wick at the top, as you'd expect with the thinner market, but it's not giving a lot back right now. So it's looking pretty strong. We have that one-day max in sight right this second. Everybody, MenthorQ. I've been saying this every day. These levels are hot. 2680-ish would be a target on the upside here, a short-term target. Just going back to a daily chart, though, Jelly, on the, what happened on my fib line, man? The chart ate my fib line. We'll get rid of that. Look how strong this is. I mean, this is a nice orderly rally. We broke out above those highs that we saw in December, and we're still marching upward. These are healthy green candles with the exception of one. So the small caps are here, man. We'll see if it continues, but they're digging it.
Yeah, I mean, anytime I see a downtrend like that then reverses and takes out the high, it looks like it was going to get ready for a downtrend. That's a pretty strong reversal. And again, with small caps coming across the board up, that brings the indexes across the board performing well. That's the part of the market that has not been performing well. We all know that, Tom Lee, how he's talked about the Russell for a while. You're starting to see the Russell to have real potential.
Yeah, look, I think we're in that transition phase out of the big tech leadership, and it's been moving into some of the more cyclical areas and size factors. So small caps have benefited from that rotation. And the question is the economy in a pro-cyclical, growth phase, or are we in more of a disinflationary into more of a slowdown phase? I think that's TBD, right? I'm looking for where are the areas of the economy that are really picking up momentum outside of AI CapEx story, and not really seeing that that aggressively yet. We're not really seeing it in auto production. We're not really seeing it in housing yet. So I think it's still early in the year to tell. Now, there's some stimulative things coming from the government and from the One Big Beautiful Bill. There'll be some tax refunds that are coming to consumers, and so that'll be helpful. But where's the ballast, right? Manufacturing ISM remains below 50. New orders are below 50. So where's the rotation in the underlying economy? You're seeing it in the stocks. Stocks typically act ahead of the economy, but given how financialized everything has become, maybe not. So I think we could move into a situation. This is not a great inflation print. So if we have some disinflationary trends and some slowdown in the labor market, is that signaling that the economy isn't really as robust as everybody thinks? Right? Core goods inflation here was basically flat at 0. So if that starts to move negative, folks are tapped out, aren't buying high priced items. That's not a great setup for that rotation to continue, and maybe we'll rotate out of big cap tech into defensives next. So we'll have to wait and see. But right now, the charts are saying broadening rally, size, small caps. That's the place to be.
Yeah, and again, I think that is lifting up the indexes. I think it's slowed down the outperformers, right? But ultimately, again, that's not a bearish tape. Quick preview of what we got coming up, everybody. In 5 minutes, we've got TTrades coming on. Get ready, my boy T. I already see him in chat. And then we're going to have Merritt, and we're going to have Christian trading boxes. And then we're going to have X, Y, and Jack. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. Never miss an episode of what's happening here on NinjaTrader Live. Shy, back to you. I know she's chomping at the bit, folks. She's going, Deli, come to me, please.
I have two things. One, we did have NFIB, Small Business Optimism, come out this morning. It was 99.5% higher than the survey. And so those numbers look really good. That does affect, obviously, the Russell 2000, Small Business Optimism. So just something to keep in mind, small businesses are feeling more optimistic at the most in a very long time, actually. So interesting data point on there. And now going back to what brought, what was kind of weaker in the inflation index, it looks like it all, and really there are so many numbers missing from October and November, but from the numbers that were reported, it looks like it actually mostly came from the automotive industry with retail new and used prices down, as well as automobile insurance.
Well, it's going to cost more for gas now.
So it'll all bounce out. Don't worry.
Everything's perfect. It gets, again, I think it gets really interesting because what was is not what is. And we're looking at data that's behind us. And I think that the story's changed again. I mean, it's hard to see a scenario where CPI is not coming in hotter next time around from where we are right now.
And January tends to be a hotter number in general. I mean, it tends to be one of those hotter months. So I think it's going to be more important because we will actually have all of December's data. And then you'll have something to compare it to where there are a lot of blank spaces in the October and November data.
Yeah. Anything else, Craig? We got 3 minutes left. Kind of want to close out with you and Jimmy, and we'll have Jimmy give another quick round the clock of what's happening technically, and then we're going to get to T.
No, it could be interesting dynamic in place if this was the last really good inflation print, right? If that's the narrative that starts to be priced in going forward, like this was the weakest print that we're going to see for some time here as commodities start to catch a bid. I think it's interesting, like when you go into the guts, right? The things that people have to buy regularly, like electricity, are up, mid-single digit percents, right? Things that are straining consumer wallet shares are up close to, double digits, and all, insurance and property taxes and things that are not going away. So the consumer remains very strained. And so while we may have some low overall inflation, consumer wallets are in a precarious position. And so that K-shaped economy is not really looking any better as I see it into 2026. And so that's the part that I think the president is trying to address with some of these tweets and some of this action to try to address affordability. He's clearly very sensitive to it. And so we have to remember, I think that's back, right? The tariff man is back, the tweet man is back. And maybe after this week, with the expiry behind us, volatility seasonally typically looks a lot better between the end of January through the middle of March. I think we could be getting into a period here of grinded up higher volatility, a little bit less support from the systematic flows. Buybacks are off the table now for the next few weeks. So we have to think about those flows all the time, right? I think just who's buying and why. And so if we have a little bit less buying from passive, in some of these issues, and I think the other thing too is earnings, right? Delta this morning reported a little bit weaker, stocks a little bit softer. JP Morgan is a stalwart, right? JP Morgan, good numbers this morning. Let's see how the stock reacts. Stock's been a huge outperformer. It's trading up a little bit on back of numbers, but it'll be a good tell for how bank earnings are received. Most of the banks report tomorrow. and then into next week. How are the reactions to earnings going to be? How's the market going to react to earnings? I think will be very important.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if we get strength followed by weakness, followed into the close. If it's strength followed by strength, that sets a different tone. If it's strength off of earnings followed by some weakness, it could change the tape a little bit.
And just a number to watch. Also, we have a 0-day TE. Call resistance today is at 70.54 ES.
70. Well, let's go back to you, Jimmy. Wrap up. We got less than a minute left before we get to T. Quick preview of what you saw coming out of the data.
Yeah, I mean, this is classic behavior right now. You have a number, you have a substantial move one way, you get a little bit of a pullback right off the bat, and then a continuation rally up. I have a couple targets here. R1 would be one of those at 41, and then call resistance up around 70.50 for the E-mini S&P. The Nasdaq is going to have the same systematic look and feel to it. Again, big, I don't want to use the word knee jerk, but big reaction to the upside, pullback. Didn't get halfway through the candle on the pullback on the way down, and then the rally continues. We're right up against that call resistance at 26,000. And then lastly, Treasury bonds. Well, they they did the same thing, right? The pullback was a little bit further back down to the point of control on Treasury bonds, but then the rally continues again. So I'm looking for these three to continue to rally a little bit later this morning.
All right, panel. Thank you so much. See you guys later. All right, everybody. It's about that time. I see that TTrades, look, he's got some burners in here too. He's like, I am here for TTrades. We know that's TTrades burner. Come on, man. I'm just kidding, Trader Annie. But bad, what is it? Bad shop play a Z. He says same. That's totally a TTrades burner. We know that. But anyway, let's get TTrades in.
You caught me in my 4 accounts I'm managing right now.
Dude, he's sitting there, he's like this. He's like, what's up, man? Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Good to have you back. Everybody, this segment today is brought to you by CME Group, where risk meets opportunity, where TTrades and I will go outside of the indexes, although we will talk some index as well, but we're going to get you looking at more than just NASDAQ, all you NASDAQ junkies out there. We're going to get you looking at multiple markets. T, let's jump right into it. It's a busy start to having you back on for this year. Again, CPI came out. We already talked about that it came out cooler. What do you want to run through?
Yeah, I mean, Deli, let's start with the Crudele oil maybe, since it's actually doing something for once. So we spoke about this a little bit, but swept out this previous month's low here, and I'm viewing this as a entire range. And we have a bunch of highs right here. We have another sweep with a V-shaped reversal, another sweep with a V-shaped reversal. So I'm looking for this to finally start to catch a trend to the upside. That's what I've been waiting for. So kind of nice to see it finally going. This will be a harder target to get to, these 65s, but I'm be looking for around 63s to get hit somewhere in here. That would be ideal for into this month, as we've made the lower wick of the monthly candle, so we can see this expansion into the end of the month. So that is oil.
I want to ask you a question about oil, because we've been waiting for this so long, and this is one of the things. Last week I was out, and I trade from the swing side. I'm looking at it going now. I've got it's a little bit wide for my risk for what potential is. When you look at this type of breakout, I mean, how narrow of a pullback? I mean, I kind of laid the land for me. I think because many traders out there, they're going to be more day traders than swing traders. But when we see a trend break out like this, how narrow of a pullback are we looking? I mean, or are we sitting back going, well, it's been so consolidated. We wait for a bigger pullback. What's the mindset when you see a setup like this?
Yeah, so my whole idea is when we have trending price action, if you take a look at strong trends, they're never going to have big pullbacks, right? We're going to have shallow pullbacks like this that move higher. If we have a really big pullback, I'm not viewing that as bullish anymore, right? This is more of a reversal. So it's kind of like this in this trend here, right? We have a shallow pullback, right? You could say this is a pullback, but that's a really large pullback. I'm not viewing that as bearish anymore. So in this case here, if we have this trend up starting, I want to see shallow pullbacks, right? I don't really want to see price go all the way back down here, because if price goes all the way back down into this range after sweeping out a high, well, that's just bearish again, and then we're going to continue to consolidate or continue lower. So when looking at oil, I want to see shallow pullbacks. So the way I want to view that is, a sweep of a previous day low, really just a new swing point to be formed to then trade in the other direction. So it would be something like sweeping out a previous day low to then continue higher. And we can probably find an example of that in the indices if we want to later in the segment.
Okay, if we have time, we'll go back to that. And, everybody talks about their trading rules. And, as a young trader, going back 20-something years ago, one of the things that used to really, really piss me off is like, okay, I look at this crude oil trade and I'd be like, okay, now I want to get long, and then I'd work my bid and I would never get filled. One of the rules that I put out for myself, I wrote on my trading card, was when you have a bullish trend that's forming, buy at and above prices. I just reduce my contract size to know that I'm trading further from risk. And the same thing would go for a bearish trend. Once that forms, I'm going to sell at and below prices because of exactly what T just said. And that's really why I brought that up. And I'm glad that you went this way, because in a market that is finally starting to trend, you don't want the big pullback. And you might be working bids that are a little bit deeper, or you're waiting for that pullback because you didn't get in as it turned, like I missed it. Now you're looking for the narrow pullback. So again, the mindset that I've had for many years, and it's helped me tremendously, is buy at and above prices when a market's in a bull trend. I just reduce my contract size because now I'm a little bit farther from my risk price, and so it allows me to participate in trades. What do we got next, T?
Just one quick thing to add on to that is one thing I'll do is look at individual daily candles. So if I use the fib from high to low, I'll want to see in that trend price continue from the upper half of that. So if I do want to, kind of trade a trend that's already going, I'll look to buy once the wick of the daily candle has already formed. As you see, it respects the upper 50%. Wick forms, I can buy that day. Respects the upper 50% here, forms a wick, you can buy that day. And that's why you can get into trend. You do have to be careful once you get into that 3, 4, 5 days of expansion, because that's when you want to start to expect a pullback. But let's get into some other assets here. We can go take a look at gold and silver. Nothing really has changed for that, but this would just be another good example of here we have this expansive move down. You don't want to see a deep pullback here. This deep pullback is actually just a reversal. And you can see here's what you want to see, that shallow pullback, a sweep of previous day's lows, forming a swing point, and then trading higher. So for gold and silver, I'm just looking for a continuation of trend over these highs. There's no reason to try to be bearish on this for me. It's better to just be bullish if you take a look at the chart a little bit. But the way I'd be doing this the same way, right? If I want to trade this today, well, I can look intraday here where I'm wanting to see the upper 50% be respected. We form our daily wick, then I can look to trade this into previous day high. Now, I would prefer, once we have multiple days of expansion, to wait for a new swing point to form and then trade the following days. So that's the same for gold and silver. Silver does have the strength, so it's been catching up. Gold earlier until last year had the strength. Silver started to catch up and then really started to trend late last year and into this year. So same thing with metals and commodities. I'm just bullish on them.
Let's take a look, if you have the chart up, of copper and maybe even platinum. I want to look at the entire metal space right now because it continues to be a strong theme. And I like how you go over when we go over the currencies, because I think, again, that's a market. Those are markets where when you look at them as a whole, it's kind of similar to indexes, but different, right? Where you can say, okay, what's happening across this specific asset class? Do I want to trade the stronger one, the weaker one? How does that look? And so right now the metals continue to trend. So I'd like to see what you see across the board. Yeah,
so copper and those other metals were lagging behind. I haven't really taken a look at platinum lately, so we can take a look at that. But the main thing is, if we're out on the monthly chart here, right? Once I saw that we weren't respecting this bearish candle, right? We're getting not a retracement, right? This is a reversal. Well, then if that's going to fail, it's going to take out this high. And so if we go down to the daily chart, we still have that high left here, right? You can see we have yet to take it out. And so we have this move here that might be bearish, right? But I'm viewing that as a retracement. We form a swing point. You can look to trade this day, the following days into this high. So I would be bearish for copper, not bearish, my bad, bullish for copper into these highs this week. I'm not a huge fan of how Monday formed without a wick. I prefer to see a lower wick in there, but I'm bullish on this into these highs here. And then we can go take a look at platinum here, and kind of the same thing. I would say copper is a bit stronger, but it's also the same, right? We have a nice, very aggressive move. Is this a retracement or a reversal? Well, price respects this gap, and you can see that by forming a swing point right here. And then what are we doing? Well, if we're going to form a swing point and respect this, we're going to make a higher low, and then we want to see a higher high, which means price is going to take out this high here. So I'd be looking for platinum to trade into this high this week, and for copper to trade into that previous month's high, or it would be all-time highs, I think.
Man, they are clicking on all cylinders across the metals. right now. It's crazy to see it. Again, as a continuation from last year, they have not slowed down a bit. I know we're going to be getting into Bitcoin and NASDAQ, but everybody in chat, let's get this up to over 200 likes before we get to Bitcoin and NASDAQ. We need to see that. My boy T deserves it. Let's get over 200 likes on here before we get into Bitcoin, NASDAQ. Maybe we go S&P to see if they can get us up to 200, kind of like inching our way up there, T.
Yeah, we can go to the S&P. I kind of look at them all the same. The S&P, right? I'm not a huge fan of longing right over our all-time highs, right? I prefer to see a new swing point form. So for me, I'm not super interested in longs unless it was into previous day high, which I'm not personally trading prior to CPI, so I'm not going to catch that move. So here I'm actually would have to look into the lower time frame price action, but I would prefer to see some sort of retracement here back into the range. And then if we're at 200 likes, we can go over to NQ here. And NQ, I do like the look of seeing these lows getting taken out. I can kind of frame this both ways because, as you can see, I really do want to see these highs get taken out. I was looking for that over here even. It's just been super slow. I'm not a huge fan of trading away from failure swings like this. So we'll see how today trades. If we respect the upper half of this wick, then we can see a move higher. If we get a hourly closure through this level, then I will be definitely looking for price to trade into these lows here.
One of the interesting things right now about the indexes is we talked earlier and how the Russell is now outperforming. They actually have Dow down on the day now as they've turned back around. If you can, go across the board with the indexes. Let's talk about what we look at coming into today. I mean, one of the great things that I've seen you do is talk about all of the indexes. And I think that this is something that more and more traders should be really looking at because not everybody probably is going to be great at trading NASDAQ or S&P. There is the Russell and there is the Dow, and maybe they fits their personality better. But if they're looking to choose which one to trade on which particular day, what I think you do a phenomenal job at is deciding which one should be traded. I mean, for a while there, you and I were doing this. It was like Dow every week, right? And so now let's take a look at what this means coming into today.
So currently, on the daily chart, if you're trading the daily chart, the Dow is the strongest, right? You can see that just in terms of its positioning, right? So it's at its all-time highs, it's over highs, and if you look at that in comparison to NQ, you see how NQ's not over there. So that's one thing I look at is that positioning. NQ's not over the highs, Dow is over the highs. That tells me on the daily time frame, this higher time frame here, that the Dow is the strongest. Now, I tend to look at NQ and the Dow because ES is always just in the middle of those two. So I look at the outliers and I know ES is in between. So you can see ES is just right at that high now. So that's a very simple thing you can do is just look at the structure and where it's at in between it. And another thing you can look at is the individual candle closures. So you can see, if you look at the Dow here, it has very aggressive candles here. It left a whole gap here on the 5th, right? If we go to NQ, it doesn't really do that, right? The 5th is just kind of a consolidation today. So that shows you the weakness in the NASDAQ and then the strength in the Dow. So looking at it today, right, on the higher time frames, I would say the Dow is the strongest. But on these lower time frames here, you can see I would let the open tell me because I'm not super confident in this one. But to me right now, if you just look at the positioning, YM's a lot lower below its daily open. ES and NQ, they're quite stronger, right? So this is if I wanted to trade something back into the range, let's say, see this wick be respected and for price to continue lower, well, then I'm going to be focused on the Dow because currently it's weaker. But a lot of times that will switch off the open. So for instance, if we go to yesterday, the Dow was a little bit stronger here on the lower time frames. It dropped off the open while NQ pumped off the open. We can see that right here with this large wick. Right off the open, it dies. NASDAQ, right off the open, was just pumping. So you do want to pay attention to it. And a lot of times, even the first 1 minute candle off 930 will tell you, if you're right. If you go look at the first 1 minute candle yesterday, NASDAQ was pumping up, the Dow was down. That's a pretty easy and early indication that the strength is in the NASDAQ for the day. And YM was a bit late, right? You can see it does make the move, but it lags behind. So those are the main things I look at for relative strength.
Perfect. Just under a couple of minutes left. I think we're going to do dollar and then we'll end on Bitcoin. Maybe you go over dollar versus currencies or whatever you want.
Yeah.
But I'd like to see what's happening there.
Let's pull up my indicator here. So I'm not a huge fan of the dollar right now just because where its monthly candle is trading, right? So like I said, when we open up this monthly candle, This structure to me, I'm like, okay, we can see previous month's low. And then from there, I can see how we trade through that previous month's low to see if I'm still bearish, or if we form a reversal, I can trade back into the range. Here you can see we just kind of make a slow grind up, which I'm not a huge fan of, because now I'm saying, are we going to reach for this previous month's high up here? Are we going to reach for this previous month's low? We're kind of just in the middle of that, and I don't like how this forms. So just looking at this trend though, I would say it's bullish. I want to see if we can form a swing I can trust. I don't trust this swing to trade higher here, so I would be looking for, if we can reach into this previous day low to then trade higher. Now, the one thing we want to note about that is if you look at pound already took out that high that we're looking at. So that is an SMT there. So it's just a divergence between the two. So I would say, generally speaking, if the dollar is more clear, then I can just look at euro and pound, or the strongest asset. Here it's not as clear, so I'd want to look at those individual the currencies there. And currently the yen is just the weakest, which we've talked about, all of last year since I've been on the segment, is just its weakness. So, if you want to trade something, that would have been into the yen. Now it's kind of breaking out below those lows, but not super interested in dollar currently. Maybe that will change next week, but it's just not really my setup, I would say.
A lot of divergences there. All right, let's wrap with Bitcoin.
All right, cool. So we'll head over to micro Bitcoin. Now, if you notice, we've just been sitting inside this range. Now, one thing I like to check is the spot price, and you can see we do take out this high in the range, and then do we reverse off of this? I would view this as a retracement. So I'm still looking for this to trade higher. So micro Bitcoin, I'd be looking for it to reach up into this high, right around, that would be 95,500. I'd want to see price trade up into that. And so really that's just because, are we closer to previous month's high or previous month's low? Well, previous month's high. So it's a pretty simple question that I ask myself a lot of the times, and that's going to be the answer to my biases. I want to see us trade higher here.
Get the rocket emojis ready, everybody.
Yeah.
T, you're the man.
Rocket emojis here. Consolidation.
Yeah. T, you're the man. Love our Tuesdays together. Everybody go check out TTrades. He's got one of the best YouTube channels in the biz. And of course, you can check him out here every Tuesday with us for the CME Group segment here on NinjaTrader Live. T, you're the man. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. See you guys.
All right, everybody. Busy Tuesday morning here on NinjaTrader Live. CPI came out cooler. Initially, we had rallies across the board. Everything has now pulled back a little bit. We talked about some of these divergences. The Dow is actually negative on the day, and you have the indexes relatively flat. The Russell still remains the upside leader. We also talked about how the yen is weaker against the dollar over all the other currencies. And then the bond market. The bond market right now, you have the 10-year yield stepped off a little bit. It was at 4.194. Now it's at 4.18. Bond market got a little bit of a lift. And again, cents has come back down. 30 years only up a few ticks. 10 years up maybe two and a half ticks. So that's really the story there. And then you have the metals remain to be the strongest markets out there. And on Tuesdays, we have two guys. Different styles, but just assassin executors. We call it black boxes. So let's get ready to trade the open with Merritt Black and Christian trading boxes. Boys, gents, how we doing? Yeah, well, I mean, I use gents for some guys, boys for other ones. Well, it's up debatable which one for this group.
It's a term we use loosely around here.
Yeah. I got to give a shout out to my boy Christo. He sent me a new pair of kicks for Christmas. What'd you send me, Merritt?
Oh, dang.
Oh.
You were on my naughty list this year, man.
He's the boy.
Hey, man, look it. Hey, man.
Wait, where's my shoes, Chris?
Well, maybe next year if you behave.
Oh, man. If you didn't catch the NinjaTrader live recap of all the funny moments, the two of you, those were some great moments, man. I was laughing my ass off, man. You guys are great to watch. You guys are a lot of fun. As I said in my intro, really the execution, I've talked about it time and time again. I talk about with you guys before you guys come on over everybody else. Not to say that everybody else isn't great execution, but I think that when it comes to mapping out the day and really understanding the strategies that is transferable right away. It's like you guys could watch what you're doing and you could implement it right away. You two guys do a fantastic job of that in your prep. We've got a very, very busy day today. Finally, I think indexes are getting ready to start moving here. And we'll see what happens throughout the morning, right? You had this move higher. Sometimes you see those moves higher that turn into making new lows and the market can get busy, or is it going to be the spark that the bulls needed to go higher? So I'm going to start with you, Merritt, because you are a lot of times looking at multiple markets. You heard me kind of preview everything that's happened so far this morning. Any positions on? What are you looking at pre-market?
No positions right now. I'm not actively stalking anything. I think that you got to keep your eye on the S&P here. I think that, it's been on a back adjusted basis. We've been range bound since late October, right? It's kind of hard to believe. These kind of things sneak up on you sometimes because we're so focused on, at least people like me, on the short-term movement. You zoom out and you're like, wow, we really have been consolidating. So this is an attempt to break higher. And so we'll see what volume looks like. We'll see what the speed of the tape and kind of the energy behind things is something that I like to focus on as we start trading, to help me with kind of that believability index of the attempted breakout, right? Because breakouts require energy, right? They require follow through to sustain. So that's what I'm looking at. Obviously, gold and silver. Those are markets that I've traded here on stream the past month, it feels like, because they've been in play, they've been moving, they've had good momentum. So, my tune hasn't changed there. I will still actively monitor gold, first and foremost. It could go either way. I'm not bullish or bearish on gold and silver at these prices. Short term, these things could turn around and provide really good downside for intraday. They could also obviously persist upside. And so what am I saying? Am I just saying, oh, it could go up or down, who cares? No, I'm saying this is a market with opportunity, and I don't have a directional bias. I'll trade it either way.
I mean, I totally agree with the metals. I mean, it's like you could get a massive pullback in silver, which is like $3, is a huge trade, and it would change nothing on the daily. So it's like,
that's right.
If you're a day trader, you have to understand that, when you have a commodity breaking out in these prices, volatility is up max. I mean, imagine, I don't even know what you would call the VIX to be for like those markets, right? I mean, it'd be like a 60 plus VIX probably in silver. I mean, seriously, right? I mean, it would be ridiculously high, maybe not quite as high in gold and platinum, but when you look at those markets, it's like, you're making a rally and their volatility indexes are up massively. I mean, it's a shift of what you see in equity indexes. So it's just something to know,
Okay.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just going to say, while we don't have, that I'm aware of, any type of volatility product on metals or silver or whatnot, if you just look at what's the high to low range on a daily basis and what's kind of a 20-day rolling average of that or something, historically, silver's running you at 50 cents. What are we running right now? $5.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
For those, let me check the math real quick. Oh, that's 10x.
That's 10x. Yeah. And again, use the micros. Everybody out there, work your stops.
Yeah, SIL.
I think it's a beast. I want to get to one market that you didn't talk about, which I'm kind of surprised.
The 10-year?
No, crude oil. It's finally breaking out. It's trending. To me, it looks cleaner. I'm not in the trade because I was gone last week, but of course. But I've been waiting for that trade, and I don't day trade a ton, but I actually like crude oil now to the buy side. I'm curious what you see on it.
I think it's just like we've been talking about. It's been, as you and I kind of similarly like to think of trades. How close are we to the stop, right? Therefore, that's kind of like how you like to phrase it. How I tend to phrase it is risk reward asymmetry, right? They're the exact same thing, right? It's just two different ways of kind of framing it and thinking about it. We've known and we've talked about it for 2 months, I think, about how it's in a really good spot. There's been times where we've said, hey, it looks like it needs to flush out some kind of weak hands and some kind of like double bottoms in areas where it's not like a great looking low. And it did that, and it's continued to stabilize. It's one of those trades, and I'm not surprised to hear that you're not in it, because it's one of those trades that's sneaky, tricky to access. Yep. There's two different things. There's trade ideas, and then there's accessing those ideas and being able to hold a position for when it works, if it works. This has been one of those where it's like a sleeper, a couple stop runs, and then a dead sleeper that just kind of takes off. Those are really, really tough to get into sometimes, and this, I think, is one of those. 100%. But I'm with you. But again, my tune hasn't changed on crude. I could see us back up at 66. There's some way higher targets for that market.
No doubt. I mean, when you trade long enough, everybody will know exactly what Merritt's saying. It's just like you look at it, it's like you're watching it finally start to happen, and you're like, okay, now I can't get in. Then you have to pay up for it, and then you're like, do I really want to get in small? I've bought the dip so many times in great spots. It's super freaking annoying. But we'll have that discussion at a different day. Going to my boy Chris, my favorite on the stream, because I mean, sorry, it's me. I got new kicks from my boy. So again, Chris, this is
he sent you some Birkenstocks. What did he send you, man?
Get out of here.
I mean, we all know that there's no way.
Uggs. I'm sorry. He sent you a fresh pair of fuzzy Uggs.
Uggs, yeah. Slippers. God, that's just, I mean, where are we going right now?
I'm sorry.
Chris, trends, when I look at trends, I've watched you over this past year, each week, multiple times in a week, execute the trend really, really well. I feel like the beginning of this year has been a little bit sloppy. It's not been the easiest. Like, we've tried to go and move higher, and although we have, it's not been the easiest to actually define a trend. Has today changed anything? What's the plan for today?
Yeah, I'll make a comment. I'm in a long here already, and I'll touch on that a little bit later, because it was just like a perfect setup for me. But yes, to your comment, one of the things that I usually do that I have not done this year so far is hold my runners overnight, because if we're in an uptrend like we are, then typically the next few days we can continue to see higher. It's been very tough to do that, because we keep going up, and then the next day we go back down. And I've been having to close my longs into the end of the day, and then look to reposition myself the next morning, which is pretty much what I've done with this trade here. But I'll go over that in a second. As far as today's plan, we have been back and forth in ES and NQ, but a little bit of a change in character in both NQ and ES is that this consolidation, even though it was choppy, we started to, of course, always higher lows, right? So from a trend perspective, it's still an uptrend, even though it's been choppy. And what this back and forth ended up doing was just consolidating, creating acceptance on a much higher time frame around this 25,900 area. And then just recently in the overnight session, we had a perfect multi 4-hour candle consolidation. I call it a 4-hour 9 MA higher high, higher low, because we are consolidating after breaking out yesterday. And now we're seeing a continuation higher from that. In ES, we saw a little bit of a change in character as well. You can see that we had resistance here at 69.93 area multiple times back here as well. Then January 7th, again, and rejected on Sunday and Monday. We broke it above it. We tried to hold it, but we failed. And guess what happened yesterday? We broke above it. We consolidated at it for maybe an hour and a half after that morning push, and then we pushed up higher. Then we consolidated. This is acceptance 101 on a 4-hour time frame. We consolidated above it, and now we're seeing higher prices. So all time frames continue to say there's bullish structure here. I need to continue on long. I need to focus on longs. So regarding the hourly plan here, we had inside that 4-hour consolidation in both ES and NQ, we had an hourly contraction right above 860s in NQ, and we just broke out of that. So what I want to see now here is a continuation of higher highs, higher lows, and higher to have a trend start from this breakout, this wedge breakout, consolidation breakout. If we can hold up here, this weekly open and reclaim prior week high, then maybe we can form acceptance up here at resistance and continue higher. If we fail to hold up here for a higher low, then we can move back down to the contraction area and the 860 support of course, lower if it fails. For ES, we consolidated again, similar wedge setup. We have broken out. We now need to see a new hourly higher high, higher low uptrend from here to continue higher. So what I want to look for is acceptance or a hold of prior week highs at 7,018. If we fail, similar to NQ, we come back down to the wedge support area and then lower into the next support areas if that fails. But all timeframes continue to be bullish. And there, for me, there's nothing bearish about this. So I have to continue to focus on bullish setups and try and capture intraday trends with the entries that I look for.
Yeah, today is an interesting day because we finally had some data. You finally got some volatility come back into the indexes. You know, we had that move higher. What was it, like 7,004 to 7,036? So let's call it 32 points. Half of that 16. You're going to come in almost right in the belly of it in the S&P, and to see what they do on the regular trading hours open. Yesterday, we saw a lot of volume come in right out of the gates. Again, today, we finally have this data behind us. Let's see what kind of volume and volatility it brings. And what I think it's interesting about today is that if we do make a higher high and go over what you talked about from this bullish pattern that continues to form, it does start to set the tone for, you know, a while now, I think, because you've now put a little bit of time in the first week or so of the year. We've built a little bit of a base, and we start getting some volatility, even though it's a rally. The flip side is this is a day where if it turns around, I look at the NASDAQ and go, man, this thing just, it can't, the opening day's high was like 25,825-ish. If it were to close back in there, what does that look like on the chart? So either way, I think we're starting, now that we've got the spark of volatility, we'll be, it's going to be good for day traders, and we'll see what it sets the tone beyond today. Traders, hit like and subscribe for my boys. Show them some love in chat. Shai put out in there that there isn't like a VIX index for silver. Merritt, I too did not know that. I kind of knew that there was some other, I knew that there was other VIXs in other markets. I did not know there was one in silver. So it's kind of interesting. I don't know what it's at.
Not shocking that Tracy had that tidbit for us ready to go.
Nerd alert, right? I mean, sorry, Shai. You know I love you. All right, boys. Great to be back with you this year. I'll see you guys in chat.
See you,
Take
brother.
care, Deli. Have a good week. All right, just you and I again.
Here we are. Just the two of us.
Just the two of us.
We can make it. I always think of Dr. Evil and Mini-Me when I hear that song these days. I think it was in there.
Are you saying I'm Mini-Me?
Are you saying I'm Dr. Evil? Morning, Shab.
Hey, Shab. No, he's
Morning,
the boy
Coop.
today. I'm the gent. Okay, Deli said it. All right, let me go over this.
He did say
trade
you were the
real quick.
favorite. I'm a little upset, but
Yeah.
it's fine. It's fine.
It's called being nice.
Well, you know, you had to buy your way into it. You know, that's fine. If that works for you.
It's called being nice. It's called being kind to others.
You try it
all right.
sometime.
Let me go over this trade.
Nice trade location, man. That's a good did you take that
Right?
just, I mean, obviously you took it just before the news.
Yeah.
Or were you in it for a while leading up?
No. Probably 15 minutes before. I knew we were going into some news, but I just had to take it because it was an A+++ setup for me. So let me share this, what I did for everybody in the chat. One of the things I talk about is acceptance. And one of the structures that I talk about for me, what acceptance means is the wedge. And if you notice this overall consolidation in NQ, this 800 area is the bull bear zone, right? So whenever we get above it, I'm bullish. Whenever we get below it, I'm bearish. But it's still a higher time frame. It's still bullish, but you can see clearly we go up every time we get above it. In the last few attempts that we went up, we hit resistance, rejected aggressively, and moved all the way back down. This time we had a change in character. And, for some of you guys, that may sound like a broken record because I talk about this so much already. Instead of rejecting back down, what do? We created a higher low and we consolidated. That is buyers stepping up from down here to here. The back and forth and the negotiation is the structure that's formed is a wedge setup. And that's acceptance to me. We're accepting resistance. And to me, price wants to continue higher if higher time frame structure aligns. The weekly's bullish, the daily's bullish, the 4 hours bullish. So I leveraged my entry. One of the things I talk about here is in this wedge contraction, when we find support, we have a swing low, we bounce, we create a lower high against the sort of start of the wedge. We come back, we create a higher low, and then we bounce to create another lower high. That creates our wedge structure, right? So if I go to the NASDAQ here and I put on the 2 minute, because that's what I used to enter. Inside that last higher low, I'll copy this. The last higher low on the hourly, inside the wedge structure, right? So think about that. I'm looking for an entry inside the hourly higher low with my 2 minute setup. Inside of that, we bounced from the 860 zones and that support, which I wanted to see. We then came back and created an internal higher low after that bounce. Into that higher low, we had RSI divergence, or just simply a divergence in price here. For me, it indicated that we could see a reversal higher. Now, my idea on taking this long is that I'm leveraging this 2 minute entry for a buy at support. So I'm using the 2 minute to allow me to manage risk by entering when the 9MA downtrend ends. As you can see, this is my entry. And I am pretty much buying the higher time frame pullback. And I often talk about that a lot. We pulled back to support, we created a higher low. And on the 2 minute, I bought that higher time frame pullback after the downtrend ended, right? We have low, lower high, lower low. The downtrend ended on the 2 minute and we reversed. That reversal triggered my entry, which was here at 897. And that allowed me to enter exactly at the hourly pullback in anticipation of this multi-hour consolidation breakout. I got in it. It broke out after. I took one fourth off at 4R here, right above London's high. I took another fourth off at 8R. And now I'm down to half size here with a stop at break even. And I'm pretty much just going to look to trail this the whole day because, again, all timeframes are bullish, and see what we get. That's pretty much my trade, guys. And this was just such a A+ setup for me that I had to take it ahead of the news and be okay.
Yeah, it's always a tough call.
Yeah.
I think the younger you are in your trading journey, the less developed, the less consistent, then it makes sense to pass on great trades in front of news, in front of significant news. I think the more years you get under your belt, the more times that you're kind of comfortable with risk and comfortable with news events, and you understand something could go wrong, and you're comfortable with those risks because they're not non-zero, right?
Yeah.
By any means, that you can start to do stuff like Chris did. So nice, man, really good.
Thank you. My stop, Andy, was at the low of that reversal. So at 885. So I had around the 12-point stop. Now I could have blown right through it, but for that setup specifically, it goes at the bottom of the reversal. All right, something's up.
I think the YouTube stream might be struggling.
Oh, YouTube froze.
Yeah, I think so.
Thing.
Oh, it's back. We're back.
Dividend. I took partials at 4R and then 8R, and then I'm holding half. And then 8R, and then I'm holding half.
8R. That's big, man.
Yeah.
That's big numbers.
My target for NQ's all-time highs. I think we go take that out now. We're pushing up into the RTH gap, and I mean, I think I was with you, Merritt, right? A week ago, where I was putting on a swing for TQQQ. Because we were breaking out of that multi-month daily wedge. So ever since then, it's funny that we continue to see higher highs, higher lows, and we're not into the RTH gap yet. We're moving into it. But I think we will push out to all-time highs now, and NQ catches up.
I can see it.
I have another partial set for prior day high around 26,020, which would be around 9.5 R if we continue higher. But if it wasn't for the choppy action we've gotten where we go up and then down, I would still be in longs from a few days ago. I've just had to close them at the end of the day. It's just been very choppy.
Alex, I haven't used footprint charts in a couple years. I just simplified my setup and felt that they weren't essential. Let's see. Can I share thoughts on ZB? I don't follow ZB, but I can take a look at ZN. Still in a huge chop fest we've been in since August on a back adjusted basis. I think if we
Hey,
start to
welcome.
hold above 112 spot 12, that that shifts things. And in fact it would be kind of similar to the situation that the S&P's in today. So it starts to kind of hold above an area where there's been a prior consolidation. So I think that that's a good level to watch, in that market typically moves in lockstep with ZB, so that should translate pretty well for you. And then regarding the applications, guys, we have I forget how many hundreds and hundreds of them. So we're going through them. You guys will just have to be patient. The program doesn't start till April, so you'll just have to wait until we go through them. And if you log into your dashboard, you'll see your status at any time, but you should get an email if that status updates as well. Yes, these blue bands on my chart are around VWAP. That's right.
We have a financials are going to be starting their earnings soon. So I think you can just chop around. In a couple of days, January 13th. Oh, JP Morgan's earnings are today.
Volume, the majority of the volume in crude just went to March. FYI, chat.
Oh, really? Morocco? Are they up or down? They're up.
Here we go. S&P with the open just right here at the upper edge of prior value on the profile. So that's going to be just an early, quick indication. If we can kind of hold this 17 area, that's bullish. If we can't, easy reversion to low 69.90s.
Yeah, 693 was a big level. I'm just going to sit in this, guys. Not much for me to do. Oh, Amazon may pull back now. I know you guys are in that. Oh, Microsoft much lower. Mixed market out there today.
Little scalp short here in the S&P. Yeah, things are moving. If you're a short-term trader, you got, take your pick across energy, metals, indices, bonds. There's all kinds of stuff to do. Very, very opportunity-rich environment. Oh, order flow reversing on me. I'll come out of that.
Let's see if we're able to hold here.
Yeah, it is. It's the spot.
Would be really solid if we can.
Trying it once more. little bit of anticipatory trading for me into this level. The acceptance picture is still above, so it's not my best work. Just really thought we were on a short-term basis vulnerable to just a small stop run at a minimum into VWAP. It just didn't do it. Buyers defended those 17s nicely. It's kind of a battle here, though. If you look at this 3,000 volume chart, it's what do they call this? A zipper, where it's just up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down every bar.
And barcode, zipper and barcode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll try the long breakout of the barcode.
As long as we can hold here, that's what I want myself. Oh wow, ES is leading higher. Oh, it's pretty the same. This is all good action for me, for my long so far. This is consolidation. That means to me that we're holding the first 15-minute higher high, higher low after this breakout is holding. So we have a higher high, higher low, a deep one, and then now we're bouncing. So as long as that recent higher low holds, for me, we can consolidate further and then maybe continue to see higher. It may be choppy today, right? But so far, structures that I follow are holding. And so it makes me want to stay in my position.
YM's getting swashbuckled.
I entered long 4 minutes before news came out. Yeah, banks are a little bit weak now. Small caps, probably. Yeah. So we're probably seeing a lot of divergence across the market. What I do want to buy is Amazon on this pullback. I want to add to the long. Just a little bit of back and forth here at the open.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. All right, good this is a good push here. I want to see it push back to 26,020, and I'll take more off at 9.5 R. I mean, it's a good thing that you're in a good trade when your R multiples don't go up that high. Let me add to this and see what that would be. So at the highs, I was at 12 R. Right now, I'm currently at 9 R. No, 6. That was 6 R and 4. It'll be 10 R. So if my next partials get hit, that'll be a 10 R. And then at that point, I'll move my stop up. But this is what I say, guys. We're in an uptrend, and I want to focus on longs. Even though I'm a slower trader, you know, I have to wait for my setups here and just position myself for the higher time frame move. All right, beautiful. I took more off at 10 R. I'm down to a quarter of my original size, and I would just trail this. Oh, want to let me edit it. Okay. I'm going to move my stop to the most recent higher low here. That's around 3R. So if it comes back down, it'll take me out at 3R on the rest, and I can just sit on this and hold. But my day is pretty much done. If I can hold this the whole day and we trend higher, then that'll be good. This is an indicator I created with Ninja, Anthony. I plot it. So something like this, I plotted where I enter and then where my stop is, and then it automatically calculates R multiples from that. In the chat, they might share it if they can, the indicator, and you can download it and apply it yourself. Like that. Let's go to fresh new highs. Wow, ES is not doing much. It's because banks are falling, being affected by it. All right, we got did we get new highs? Not yet. So above this, I have where the RTH gap is, and also December 10th highs, which is around 26,115, 120 area. That's also the RTH gap resistance. So that'll be my next target, as long as we can now hold prior week high, which is around 25,990s. So if we can continue to hold, I think we push out that way. So far, we are, this is the wrong one. So far, we're seeing scenario 1 here play out. We had a pullback into the weekly open, had an undercut of it, created a higher high, higher low into that scenario 1, and now we're breaking out higher. So scenario 1 says that we could reclaim prior day high at 26,020s here. And then if we can form acceptance and then hold, we can continue higher to the RTH gap area, and also December 11th highs at 26,110s. All right, guys, that's what I'm looking for. Whoa, look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, crude with a big move, indices with a big move.
Does not want to reclaim prior day high. What a divergence between NQ and ES.
Happens every day.
Every day. Nothing new for Merritt. Beautiful, beautiful move. There you go. Thank you, production or Sab. That's the indicator, guys. Jude, there it is. You can download it and apply it yourself.
So this little ledge area from yesterday, pit session in the S&P around that 1715, we just kept knocking on this door, consolidating. Again, this is the inflection here. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a small stop run and we pop back above that area. That would be bullish. But again, if we hold below here, we could easily get to those 90s. If you look at the tape, it's a big passive seller. You see all this buying that's coming in? It's just getting totally swallowed by a more dominant passive seller. Still got just the two of us stuck in my head.
Just the two of us. So now that when you think of that song, you'll think of us two.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
I just want you to think of me, Merritt. Oh, that was a Trump tweet. What cost that?
I believe so.
Like my act of love is gifting, so that's why I give things. Yeah, and ES is totally the opposite way. Well, I'm glad that we got this additional push. I was able to take more off, and now it can really do whatever it wants. But if we can continue to hold, this becomes a consolidation right under prior day high, acceptance, and then from there we can see higher. But it's a funky day, so. It's too much, huh, guys? So the rest, if it comes back down, will stop me out around 2.8 R. And that'll be a fantastic trade.
Absolutely.
Man, banks are getting hit. That's why ES is not moving.
They might be having their call, right? The post earnings call, and maybe answering some questions in a way that market doesn't like.
Yeah.
I don't know. I do not miss those days of listening to earnings calls.
Well, that's what you had to do at S&B, right? Because you guys were day trading like the hottest stocks with the most news.
Yeah, didn't have to do, but a lot of times would, and would have like trade the news piped in and in our
Yeah.
overall audio for the room and stuff, or either pull up stuff that you were interested in yourself.
And then when that would happen, would you guys all look to trade like the same setup?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, every trader has their own style, but at the end of the day, there's only so many ways to do it. So you end up with some similar things, whether you're trading pullbacks as a style, trading breakouts, trading different price action patterns or order flow sequences, or more scalpy, looking for held bids and all that kind of stuff. Um, you got a bunch of different activity going on, but a lot of times, in the same in-play names is how I would describe it.
Yeah.
It's definitely not like, here's the wedge break, everyone go, and everyone just does the same thing, and that's not how it goes.
Ready?
1, 2. No, as someone who runs a prop firm now, you want different people doing different things. You want, my traders are like a basket of stocks. I want them diversified. I want them trading at different times, different exposures, with risk-adjusted edge. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. You have pretty much a on those that you have in your firm, from a higher perspective, you have a multi-strat fund.
Essentially, yes.
Yeah. Reginald, I've been saying it, for, I mean, really most of since last year, we just continue to be in this aggressive, weird uptrend. It looks like I'm gonna get stopped out here on the rest. If we go make a new swing low here, and then that'll be my day. Only Amazon can pull back a little bit more, huh, guys? So I can add to that. That thing wants new all-time highs. I covered 3/4 already, Anthony. I took 1/4 off at 4R. I took 1/4 off at 8R, 1/4 off at 10R, and then the last fourth is place as a stop at, I'll just do 3R. What about, yeah, Google is nonstop. So I had 18 micros and I'm down to 4.
Taking a stab here long. No love for me today.
Man, yeah, it just keeps getting hit. If tech pulls back, then ES will probably go to 690, 993.
If you look at this, price action even during the down move here, and this is a volume chart, which are typically smoother than price-based charts. This is just really quite squirrely, as I like to call it, to describe that type of price action. And so, my short-term profitability on a trade and timing depends on kind of immediate movement and momentum. And this is a losing day for me so far.
So far, guys, I mean, there's still, what do you only typically trade first few hours now, and then you focus on your firm stuff?
For the most part, I got my eye on things if I'm stalking, kind of higher time frame stuff, kind of around the clock. But yeah, the short term stuff definitely morning hours focused.
Creating a wedge here, getting tight. See what the outcome of this is. If ES can hold here and bounce, then NQ can push out higher to new highs. Because it wants it. It's so strong. You have so many stocks pushing out. Oh, but if it breaks lower, no good. I did define. If you go back in the video, I can share why I took it. It was definitely risky, but it was also my A plus setup. No, this is just a day trading count fiber. I don't think I can put 18 minis on here. Home sells in 4 minutes, 2 minutes now. Let's see what happens.
Got weekly VWAP in the S&P just below here around 7,002.
All right, we got 1 minute. See if that creates something.
Sellers pressing.
We break, and we go to 6993 in ES, and then NQ can lose pretty much all gains from the news. So far, a flat reaction. See if we can get back above. We held that wedge support, pretty much a fell breakdown right below that. Like this is a very lower time frame fell breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
We peaked below and then immediately shot back up. So one of the things I talk about is that I myself try to not take is shorts in a bullish environment. I may miss some breakdowns, but a lot of times those shorts at the lows end up being just fell breakdowns in overall bullish environments. Very weak though. We'll probably banks are just too weak. They're bringing ES down. No love for them.
Morning, morning.
Well, if you shorted, oh, you know what? There was, not in ES and NQ, but in SPY and the Qs, there was a divergence. SPYs or Qs took out prior day high. SPY did not. So there was a divergence there. That didn't take place in ES or NQ. They both took out prior day high. But all right, so I got stopped out on my last runners here at 3R, and my trade is done.
Nice trade.
Thank you.
Smart trade, Paulo. I don't focus a tremendous amount on the VWAPs themselves. I'm more interested in excursions away from VWAP and how price responds to those. I know most people who use VWAPs are interested in the VWAP itself. I'm definitely not one of those people. Trading from VWAP itself is one of my least favorite trade locations. On any time frame.
Is that because it can be a coin toss?
Well, in my mind, everything's a coin toss, but that's because I think of things in terms of a distribution. I like to trade from the extremes. The middle fat part of the distribution is literally the VWAP itself. It is the volume weighted average price, right? So
yeah.
I tend to believe that for the most part, obviously sometimes we come in, test a VWAP and go, I get it, it happens. It's not my thing. It's not my favorite thing. I tend to think that a lot of times when we get in and around VWAP, price action is a little choppier, a little messier. So it's just historically not the most profitable entry location for me. My edge comes from the edges, as you guys have heard me say a lot. And the VWAP is the middle. It's not the edge. Metals with a little reversal. Fun to see. See if the trend can hold here at the first standard deviation from VWAP.
We also hit 69.93 zone, which if you guys remember from my morning plan, that was the zone that we had to reclaim. And speaking of acceptance, I actually shared a video on this yesterday on X or Twitter on acceptance. But yesterday, this consolidation here at above 6993 led higher. So we're now back testing it from above. And we now need to form acceptance at it or below to then have a more sustainable move lower. If we do not, then because we're still in an uptrend on higher time frames, we've pulled back into support, we can totally see a reversal here take place. I entered the trade 4 minutes before the CPI news came out. Hey, Lucas. Lucas watched the video. Thank you. I got your message. I got to respond. NQ might be choppy here. We can just be in a pretty wide range. 880s to maybe 26,000. Paulo, if you go back to the beginning where I go over the trade plan, right after that, I share why I took the trade. I did a very detailed overview of the higher time frame structure, the 2-minute entry, and why. String B no on X. I posted a video yesterday. You can go to my X or Twitter. I think it's the last post. No, it's the second to last post. It's on acceptance. Pretty much went over what acceptance is with how I view it, and then how I trade it. All right, so far holding 6,993. If we can reclaim this 9MA lower high here, then we can see if we trigger a reversal back up. But so far, that's a first test of strong support in ES. NQ is slightly above it. Its support is 860s, the overnight lows. But it is stronger, so. Oh, Meta breaking down. Microsoft near new lows. Again, continues to be a really funky higher time frame structure. This is typically how we see how the structure feels at really elevated levels. We're just gone up so much. We're so elevated that as stocks try to climb higher and lift the market higher, well, a lot of them fail because they're just running out of gas because they've been going up for so long. And then you have rotation takes place. So you go from tech to software to financials to energy to airlines, defense, right? KTOS for the US who swing trade, memory, SNDK. So you're just rotating, but then those new pushes fail. And then what did the indices create? The ES and NQ. Instead of having a continuous multi-day expansion, you have one day up, one day down, one day up, one day down. And so it makes it, a little bit trickier. So you have to be aware, in my opinion, of what the overall health is of the market and how we're so elevated to then understand the environment that we're in.
Yeah, Mark, that's what Jason Shapiro, what does he call it? A failed news day or something. I think that's a pretty awesome indication of what markets are, what the inventory is, I think, right? Because if something happens that should send something up, obviously, right, and it doesn't or it can't, yeah, he calls it a news failure. That's right. To me, that's an indication of the way Jason talks about it is it's a crowded trade. It's already overcrowded. There's no one left to move the market in that way because they're already in it. So it's an interesting concept. It's not the way I trade per se, but I really like the concept of a news failure.
In the swing trading world, they call it a expectation breaker. Which pretty much means the same thing. I mean, if you're short at the highs, guys, you are making those points. But NQ is just in a range. This is just a range so far. We need acceptance at highs or lows to confirm a break away from this. Right? We need some acceptance here and then higher, or we need some acceptance down here into support to then break it and go lower. Because the likelihood that, I mean, it could happen, don't get me wrong, but when moves start from the opposite side of the range and you have a downtrend, right, that goes lower, lower, high, lower, low, lower, high, by the time it gets into support, where you can imagine that trend's already exhausted, it came from all the way from the other side of the range, right? So while again, it can happen, but most of the time we just don't have a big sustainable move away from ranges unless we form acceptance. We consolidate, we create more energy for the new move, because the likelihood is that we can come back down, create a fell breakdown, and then reverse back up. Just when everybody's looking to short. So let's see if there's any fell breakdowns here into 69.90, 93 NES that can potentially trigger a reversal. And then in NQ into 850s, 860s.
Meanwhile, I seem to have found a winning trade.
Oh, that's a bullish chart. What is that? Silver? Oh, gold.
Gold. Yeah, I got into this standard kind of pullback from the edge. Just because I trade from the edge doesn't mean it's always mean reversion. So this is a trend continuation play in the gold.
Well, mean reversion in alignment with the trend, no? Do you consider that, or you still call it a trend?
It just depends on what time frame you're asking. On the time frame we're looking at, it's a trend continuation play, yeah. And with
Makes
gold
sense.
currently, that's actually true across pretty much most all time frames because it's been in such an up move. Really interested in what the S&P is going to do around this area. What was that? Sound like we just leveled up.
A new alert sound.
Yeah, I love it. That was the POTUS update. That's what I hear.
They're useful. And chat, yeah. All right, so we're still hanging out down here into support. We're getting closer to that area for both the S and NQ. Let's see if we can hold here and then maybe set up some sort of reversal. Maybe Daly's puts pay. You know, he's short the NASDAQ. Yeah, this is a really big level for ES. 6993 was where we kept getting rejected. We held it yesterday in the morning session and pushed that higher. And then this is the first official pullback to it. Looking for reversal into 850. Yeah, that's that overall support. I think it's also overnight lows. No, it's 860s. Oh, what time was this? Yeah, 850s overnight session. Prior month high at 6994. Yeah, I mean it's a good level here. 90 to 93 is a really good level. And I would typically look for a trade here, but with such a high return on the trade that I took, you know, you have to ask. This is where a lot of traders will have a really good trade and they're like, oh, I'm up a lot. Let me risk some for the next trade.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just lost 25, 40% of those gains.
And then you start trying to get the account back to just get it back to where it was.
Yeah.
And then I'll be satisfied. And that's not good.
One good trade, as your old mentor Mike says.
Mm-hmm.
Short from the top of the range, you're killing it.
I shorted from the top of the range, if you remember. I just didn't hold it. In that early, just after the open, you know, I kept looking for that stop
I do
run
remember,
below
yes.
17, and it was just too choppy to hold.
Yeah, it was a bit tricky up there.
Mm-hmm.
No, I would not short now. String B. You never, for my approach, how I view things, if the move started from one side of the range and we've had a complete trend all the way down to support, shorting at the lows, you're most likely to get caught in a fill breakdown and bounce. reason why I look for acceptance is because after that bounce, if we are to continue lower, well, guess what? Sellers will show up again on the bounce and then reject it. And then it'll be some negotiation and some sort of acceptance. And that's the data that I need, the information to say, okay, sellers moved in from up here to down here. They're not letting buyers buy it up from support. And now at that point, I can have more confidence in the short and then trade a new trend and the breakdown from here, but not on the trend that started from up here. This trend may be close to ending here. Why would you want to short that? For a sustainable move, right? Maybe for a scalp, it makes sense over a large sample size. Looks like some are experiencing what you talked about, Merritt.
What was that?
Some on the chat are experiencing what you talked about and how they traded to get back to where they were.
Oh,
And
so they're
more,
human? Oh, yeah.
yeah.
That's what we call, when I teach like trader psychology stuff, I talk about these two different people. One is the natural human trader, and one is the evolved human trader. And so everybody kind of shows up not wired correctly for good trading as a natural human trader, and we've got to think about these things differently. And that's kind of my elevator pitch for you of what I teach about mental frameworks and psychology. We all show up wired wrong, and that's okay. You're not broken. You just got to learn how to think differently.
Well, I don't know if this is going to be a canceling session. Well, let me bring out my childhood trauma then. You can help me. Just want to be loved. Taco Tuesday fixes it all. Some tacos sound good tonight.
String B, it's definitely a mix. Some do, some don't.
Would I be waiting for shorts if we pull back? What do you mean pull back? Do you mean bounce? Because to me, a pullback is it pulls back. If that makes sense.
Yeah, different people use that term differently. I use it maybe like the person in the chat to where a pullback is a counter rotation to the general trend, right? So it could be up or down, but some people use pullback as down only. So it's
like a retrace back to the cloud. Yeah. You know, here's how I feel about that. Andres, it's all higher time frames are bullish. Are we seeing a rejection at these highs because of maybe exhaustion, right? Because we pushed up to a certain point? Yes. Can a short on a bounce work? Absolutely. How you trail that, you can totally have a profitable trade. Maybe you can have a losing trade. I tend to stay away from those because I want my trades to be in alignment with the higher time frame. So while I may miss a trade, you may make money on, and I'm okay with that. So it can work, right? But it's also not what it's not part of my objectives. Below 69.93, the next support is at 68. I mean, this is a pretty nasty fill breakout here. We took out prior day high in both. That hourly wedge, which is what I traded in the pre-market, pre-open, completely failed. No continuation from that hourly wedge. We're now back into 69.93 or below it. We have support, I would say 68 to 73. In ES and NQ, we have 750s, which is that higher time from wedge breakout, and then support at 710s. And this is a good example here of what I talk about acceptance, guys. On shorts, on a potential breakdown, I wouldn't look for a consolidation at that lower part of the range in order for a potential trade idea to manage risk, right? Sometimes you won't get that, and you'll get a continuation of this breakdown. And in my situation, when I'm focusing on a trade idea, well, this is having the move that I'm looking for, right? If I'm looking for shorts, but a way for me to manage risk on a breakdown of support did not show up. So I need to wait for that. And that means I'll miss trades. Like if I was looking for a short on this maybe support breakdown, then
You'll miss moves, not miss trades. There's a difference.
Very true. Yes, very true. You'll miss the continuation of this, which we're probably looking for. And maybe some of you guys get in and maybe it works for you, but really do the math and look at the data to see if this is a sustainable practice for you of shorting support after the trend has already taken place from all the way up from resistance. See if that really works out for you. For me,
that's very time frame dependent too,
Yes, it is.
An extended trend on a lower time frame is maybe just beginning on a 10x time frame higher than that, so it's very much what is your time frame that you're choosing to make that market worldview from.
Yeah.
And then apply exactly, the principles Chris is talking about. I agree.
Yeah.
Nothing changing about the S&P here though on the tape yet. It's just a very methodical, kind of passively driven sell-off here. So what do I think about the S&P? I think early on today we talked about this 17 level, we were just flirting, trying to hold. We had the little chop fest right here. 17 was critical. We talked about if 17 was going to break, we would go 90, low 90s, 92, 93. We're now below there. So it's at least from a profile structure perspective, imbalanced down, looking at lower prices. Nothing crazy about the order flow. Again, it's mostly passively dominated. In terms of areas of interest for me, I've got this kind of 69.80s that we've just touched. That's definitely the next spot for me. So this is kind of support. If we bounce from here, we could definitely stay rotational between 69.80s and 7,020. If we can't bounce from here, I'm going to revert back to kind of those 69.90s as the line in the sand. And underneath there, 69.47 is on the table. So that's my 2 cents for you. Yep. The goal is not to know or even try to know what's going to happen next. That's never the goal. What is happening, and then you filter that market generated information through your process and you do your job. That's the gist of things.
All right, so ES is trying to trigger the reversal here. This 90-minute reversal, the setup that I talk about. We're into that 90. I mean, we hit a level that Merritt was also talking about. But to me, this can be a failed breakdown of 93. And a trigger here above this lower high can see that push. And then reclaim 93 and bounce into the higher, maybe back to 7,002.04 area, which was prior pre-overnight support. NQ is now weaker, and it will have to reclaim 860s, 870s in order to see a bounce. If now, if we can form some acceptance here now and fail to bounce, then that can give you some information that it does want to continue lower into 710 NQ, which is where we held yesterday's before the open. We were consolidating at 710 area, and then we blasted up higher, right at the open. So that's that 710 area, and then 68 in ES. But we triggered a reversal here. Now to see how it rewards you if you guys took that. Oh, yacht, I just shared the next zone's lower. Yes, is stronger now in the reversal here. It did trigger, but my morning is done. I don't want to risk more. He's bouncing now. Here it is. ES is leading. Yeah, and Q just triggered here as well, lagging a bit. Yes, on that idea is close to 1R. We are into the 5-minute 90 May now. And if we can reclaim that, then that'll trigger a better long. This can become a deep higher low in the markets here. Then we can push back up. Yeah, there's your reversal in ES off that 90, 93 area. And why I talked about that, fresh shorts on a break here are just not sustainable since the move is already extended from where it started. And you're seeing a failed breakdown here now trigger 2-minute reversal, push back up. So if you're in the long now, you are getting paid. Pay yourself as you wish, and call it a day. Thoughts on the Meta pullback? I mean, Meta's just very weak, and there's nothing really to think about. Meta and Microsoft, one of the weakest mags. Meta's breaking a month-long consolidation. Can it seek a higher low against November's low? Absolutely, but there's no, where's the strength in it for you to look for a long in Meta? There isn't. There's strength elsewhere. Don't focus on that one. If you want to buy a pullback, in mags, buy a pullback in Amazon. All right, so we're now bouncing, and then we're now seeking a 2-minute lower high. So either it rejects from here and then creates a consolidation, or we see a continuation higher and just on the reversal failed breakdown, right? But now after this 90-MA downtrend on the 2-minute, we can have what I call a 50 EMA wedge consolidation. And then from there, we know if we do break lower, that will make new lows. If we do not, then at that point, we have more confirmation that we're going to be holding, that any potential pullback here will become a higher low against the most recent low we saw. And then we can see higher prices, right? This can become a higher low. And then you have confirmation of a zone holding, you have a little consolidation, and then maybe a trade idea along, right, on acceptance of 69.93. Because so far we've seen a failed breakdown attempt. Now we need to hold it, and a back test to 90 MA here to create a higher low can be that. NQ, though, a little bit weaker. It did reject at that zone back test, the support back test. So it has to create a higher low here, or a new low that gets immediately bought up for us to then attempt higher. If not, this will become acceptance under support, or now confirm resistance, and it can see lower into 710. What do I use to see a potential bounce? Since I'm a trend trader, I focus on the downtrend completing from this breakdown here. You have a lower low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high, and then a third and final lower low. So downtrends or trends in general typically end after 2 lower lows, lower highs, or 2 higher highs, higher lows. If we do see a third lower low in this example, then that's usually what I like to call like like a climax bottom, right? Like you reach exhaustion. Very rare, very, very, very rare do you get a fourth lower low. It's so hard to see. You don't really get those. So when you ask, what am I looking for a potential bounce? I'm looking for the trend that's moving lower into that support area to end, because I know that when trend ends on this lower time frame, then price needs to revert to consolidate to then set up a new trend. And that's literally what happened. So and this higher low so far holding in ES, and this is exactly what you want to see. You want to see a little bit of consolidation now to create a little wedge here. And if you're long, you're sort of relying on that structure to tell you, hey, the higher low was put in, buyer stepped up, and then now we're able to continue in the next higher high, higher low, higher high structure, right? So it's always a focus on trend structure for me. But again, NQ, again, we tested that resistance and rejected back down. So NQ is now leading lower, and it can definitely make a new low. A little bit of a mixed structure here, but you know, I have to remind you guys, we are in all higher time frames are bullish. So I still have to think that we can see back up if we hold support. If we fail to hold it, then we can go to the next support and see if we get some buyers there to show up. So you can see the little negotiation that's taking place here. ES is trying to hold this higher low. We're now wedging up, consolidating. If we continue to hold here, then we can continue to see a continuation higher now off the support area. But NQ, we have a very deep higher low here in NQ. So if we can hold, then we can see higher. If not, we'll go make new lows. And then this sort of consolidation in ES will fail and may attempt new lows. Hey, Nick. Yeah, he's focused. He's locked in. Don't interrupt the master, guys. Oh, the question for you, Merritt.
Well, what do we got
here for you? From David, if you want to read it.
Yeah, I can't look at the chat right now, but I'll check it when I can.
Oh, okay. He's locked in, guys. Give him a minute. Jesus. But David, I would say from all time, I mean, why wouldn't you want to, in an opportunity like that, why wouldn't you want to showcase all of it?
Yeah, asking about submitting a track record and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, it needs to be a brokerage account in your name, and we'll verify everything. And I would say, if you say, look, I made $300 a month for the past 3 months, I would say that's not interesting to us whatsoever. If you're looking to come in as an experienced hire, you don't have to be making $1 million a year, but the capital needs to be decent. The length of time and or sample size of trades needs to be decent. You know, 6 to 8 months, I think is good for intraday traders. So yeah, that's what we're looking for there to get you into kind of the interview phase of things if the track record's good. And it needs to be risk adjusted. If you put up $10,000 a month, that's great. But if every month you drew down 20,000 in order to make 10,000, that's going to be a hard pass from us. So we're looking for risk adjusted performance with sample size, your own capital. Yeah, hopefully that helps.
So smooth equity curve.
Smooth-ish, yeah. I mean, everybody has drawdowns. We understand that. That's part of the business. But yeah, ROMAD is one of our favorite metrics. Return divided by max drawdown. We like to look at that on kind of a monthly basis, and anything north of just 2 to 1 is fantastic. We'll be happy.
So ES continues higher here. Well, not higher, but it's attempting higher. The whole structure that I went over is holding here. We reclaimed 69.93. We created a higher low against it. We are consolidating. We're wedging up. So far, the negotiation here has taken place. Buyers showed up down here. Then they showed up again on that small rejection. And now they're attempting higher. So if they can break out of this, they can move back up. First resistance, I would say it's 7,004, which was the overnight support before the CPI news. And then it'll push up there and then see how it reacts there. But so far, if you're in a bullish trade here, everything that you want to look for is showing up for you. There's nothing bearish about this at the moment here on this 2-minute time frame. NQ held so far a deep higher low, and it's consolidating. It's a weaker than ES for sure. And it can still make new lows. It's just it's weaker. Which it looks like it might be. You don't see how we do the stream and trade? It's I wouldn't say it's challenging because you know what you're looking for and you have the confidence and that they're not always going to work for sure, but like you've already done most of the work that you can just show up and execute. And if your trading awareness is not at that level yet, you can imagine that you're still trying to learn or you're in between learning, trading, and then you get on a streaming platform and you're not exactly have confidence in what you're looking for, then for sure it's going to be challenging. But I think all of us have our own go-to setups, right? Our own locations where we're looking to execute on, and it's easier to just execute where we need to execute and go into education mode that we tend to do. Yeah, Kimberly, I agree on that. If not bullish, then I am bullish adjacent. I am the same. So look, this negotiation here is just a lot of back and forth, a lot of sort of from this prior wedge structure, failed breakdown here. There was a tiny failed breakout right here. So it's a little bit choppy, but so far we keep holding, and that's exactly what we want to see. The reversal from this area is holding well. You were able to take partials if that's your thing into this move. And then now you can sit on the rest and see if it does continue higher to your expected areas of interest, or if this recent higher low fails, then we go make new lows for sure. NQ made a new low, so you do have a divergence here between ES and NQ. NQ made a new low. ES did not. And guess what? That became a failed breakdown, and now ES is attempting to lead higher. Now they're asking me to ask you questions. Chris, can you ask
leave Chris
Merritt
alone.
what he would use as a confirmation if you only had price and candles?
What would I use as confirmation for what?
Maybe a trade idea?
Maybe. We'll see what they say. Confirmation of what? Where you buy and sell. Oh, or is that the same person? No.
No, it's a different person.
When buy.
You're rewriting the algo for the markets. That's how locked in you are.
Yes, at your level of interest, what would you use? To create the level of interest? Use to what?
No, to trade, to enter a trade if you only had price or candles.
To enter a trade, I would literally use the exact same thing I use right now. Price, candles, it's momentum shifts is what I use to enter trades.
A little bit choppy here, guys, but I mean, we're still holding. NQ is holding well here after that new low. ES is still consolidating here, so it's doing nothing wrong. As if you're in a long, right? If you bought this decline, this can continue to see higher prices here as long as it holds. If it can break out of this consolidation, this wedge, then it pushes up to 7,004. Look at that push in NQ now. Right? So again, both were into support. The trend on the 2-minute ended, and now we're seeing the reversal of that, which is why in uptrends, for me, I don't want to short support after a move has already taken place into it from the top of resistance. Beautiful. But my day is done.
Gold's at an interesting spot.
That's funny, Sean. My hair. Again, guys, ES did nothing wrong. We created a higher low, we held, and we're pushing out. Like that's literally what you want to see. So you got paid. And once again, support holds on a test. What is that trade idea at now? It's pushing out to 2R. Fantastic. Get your points, guys.
Get them.
How do I confirm a reclaim level? The acceptance above it. We bounced, we back tested it from above, and then we consolidated it further. So to me, that's reclaiming it, because then if we failed after that, then we can go see new lows. And you know what we did? We attempted to fail, and that triggered a fail breakdown and then pushed back up again. So it's acceptance after breaking a zone that confirms sort of reclaiming it.
Good morning.
Hey,
Good morning.
fellas.
Chris, we're long together. High five.
I'm not. My long was on that CPI candle, and then I called it a day.
Oh, I thought you were long right now. Well, then I guess
I was just
I'll
going over the
do it
structure.
on my own. How's everybody's morning?
I got walloped. Everything I tried unsuccessful.
Yeah, it'd be like that. Some days you cannot buy a trade.
Mm-hmm.
It happens. How'd you guys
Chris
doing?
caught the news pop, and but then it obviously reversed. But he scaled out for some pretty big R multiples, so it was a nice trade to watch.
Yeah, I called it a day after that.
Yeah, I took a short 9 EMA retest after the new low. Failed. Hello, hello, hello. Am I muted?
No, we can hear you.
They were talking to Jack.
Oh, oops.
What the heck?
Yeah, I had a short around the 930s down to what is now the lows.
Is
They
it now?
tried it the second time, failed it, and I just took the whole thing off. And then in my mind, I was done for the day. This is a banger short. It's like 120 points, whatever. And then they had that failed sweep just now.
Yeah.
Right now, Kevin.
So I decided just, hey, look, let's just get along. And
Okay.
all
I
right.
was, yeah, no, I had that early morning move in CL, and I'm long the YM right now, but that okay, I'll go ahead and share my screen. But yeah, I was long CL previously for that morning move, and I'm currently long YM from basically right about here, looking for it to get a little bit of a continuation. And then I got some limits in the Russell, which have just looking to pull back in the Russell. We came right into the 50% retracement in both the ES, NQ, and YM from Thursday's low of last week. Every single one of those markets using the regular trading hours session. That's basically where we stopped across all four of those markets. So I definitely think we need to hold where we have currently held. There was also the 1 day expected move for the ES, at least the 1 day expected move I have on the low was 69.83. And that's basically what we came down to. So if we take out that low, I'm not going to really be liking the structure of the indexes.
Yeah.
Well, good luck, fellas.
Thank you.
I'll
Thank
trade
you.
them up.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you guys take care. Merritt, good sesh. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, man. Nice trade.
See you guys.
See you,
All right,
chat.
chat. You
Take
guys
care,
take
guys.
care, all right? Everybody have a good week.
You too. All right, it's us.
Back again.
Back again. Although I'm not going to want to be in this Russell if I am down on this YM trade. I don't like to enter in two different indexes if I'm in a losing position on one of them. So it basically just increases my leverage.
Am
But
I
yeah,
looking at 5-figure day? It's well into it. Yes. I caught a really good short before this long. I can go over my trades real quick. I think honestly, the short has paid me so well. The rest of the position is largely inconsequential. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do a breakdown for you guys. The short was really nice. There are a lot of layers to it. I got to desk and I'm seeing a candle that closes like this on a high time frame. So if you look at these daily profiles, you will see that we've got a lot of attempts up here. Most, they don't really get anywhere, right? So the most recent one, there was a bit of a trapped attempt here. So coming back, tapered it through again. And then they close as this like reversal candle, this hammer down. You guys know how I feel about those. So there's already one thing. Then I'm looking for a retrace. One of the things that I look at is any strong candle close, they do get retraced into to some degree. So that to me is the pullback. I'm waiting for that pullback and then some sort of continuation. I think this might be going back soon. So I'm going to go ahead and take one, leave one for take profit, and just leave the stop here. So yeah, that's my idea to short. We've just poked a new low, so I'm looking for a move back to the 90 MA. Happens to be VWAP as well, but I was more so looking at the 90 MA. They moved it back. You see this buying coming in, buying coming in. They're not getting what they want. And as soon as the buying just starts to fizzle out, I'm going in, I'm loading up, and let's just say it poked around the 950s. I'm loading up around 930s down to the 920s. I'm adding in, and it just starts to really move. The tape starts to really turn. If you can look at the tape reader, it starts to turn. So I'm holding the move, new low a day. I'm scaling out in this red zone. So I want to mark this. To me, this red zone was very key for the trade. Right here. We did have a bounce, failed that sweep, came back, and I think we retest the zone. So second target is the zone. Bam. They're heading into it. Tape's still strong. I'm holding it because, well, the tape is really strong, right? They start to stall within the zone, take another one out. And then these two lines right here, I don't know if you guys can see it clearly. Here it is on the 1 hour. There's a huge low volume spot right there. This is where I'm flat everything but one lot. Because generally, when the market enters a spot like this, it's going to pull back. It's very rare that it just goes straight shot down. To me, low volume. I'm looking for one piece of information. Are they going to build volume? It's likely not to. So as soon as they show that, all right, it's not going to, but they're pulling back, I'm looking at the 90 MA. If it holds, we're going to go for another low attempt, and they fail it. There's buying coming in. The tape is turning, everything. So took it off here, and I'm like, I'm done for the day. But still, this is a good spot. It's low volume. All you need to do is look for low volume. Eventually, they sweep it. There's like no volume on the sweep. They come down. Anything that's done, any business, instantly offsides, like right away, instant. Buying's flooding in again. So I'm like, all right, well, maybe we could just get long. And so that's this long. It's very simple. Just this right here, high time frame. The information was that there's a lack of participation. If the information is the same, we can assume the same. The short, very simple. 90 MA, retest. Show me some buying and show me what happens to the buying. The buying comes in, they don't get what they want. The tape starts to really turn. We hit the zone, and the rest is just like runners tagging the zone and ultimately down to the lows. Before anybody asks, that's the trade. And this is just me sitting in this one now. I'm going to move this stop. If it comes down to this, I think I'll just call it a day, get flat. Or we keep going. Yeah, it is volume profile. I hope that was clear. It was a mouthful.
All right. Awesome. I'm going to go over trade I took here in CL. So this morning, just paying attention to the news flow. Oil, if you look out, I always like to gravitate towards markets if I think that they're breaking out of a higher time frame. If you take a look here at the daily chart in oil, this is quite the breakout that we really began today. So we were, testing. We've seen attempts at breakouts before, and really the last 2 days, higher highs, higher lows, and then in the overnight session, we really began that continuation of that pump, which has led to what I think is like the real first day of the breakout. So going into the day, and that's all maybe, on the back. The last time oil exploded higher was news out of Iran, excuse me, over the summer. And I think we could possibly get back up to $65 on this higher time frame breakout. So I was paying attention to that higher time frame breakout scenario. And in the morning, 6 o'clock, we had our first pullback here, and fair value gap, whatever you want to call it, swing lows. And then as I was literally getting to my desk around 9 o'clock East Coast time, we were just right at that same, and I put my stop below this low, and I was targeting new highs. And then I'm not sure what happened at 9:45, but right at 9:45, big squeeze higher as we got that new high of the day. You can see these pullbacks continue to be bought. The next pullback, very shallow, immediate response. But oil is going to be something I'm going to be paying attention to. So I got long. I think I was around like 60.36s, and then exited on this candle here at 9:45. And that was the first trade I took. And then the second trade I took is just this YM. What's interesting is the YM, and I'll go over that on, let's see, on an hourly chart. We're at a 50% retracement. And all of these markets from last week's lows on Thursday, which was Thursday the 8th. I have to actually, yes, sir, Thursday was the 8th. So if you draw, drawing tools, that low, too high, we came into that 50% retracement here in the YM. And then we also did the exact same thing. You guys can, if you have a fib tool, but you can do that exact same thing. I don't have the ES and NQ charts up right now, but every single one of those markets basically stopped on a dime. The level for the Dow is 49,451. The level for the ES was 69.85, that same draw. And the expected low of the day in the options market, the 1-day move was 69.83. Well, that's basically the low of the day. So the expected move priced in by the options market is the low of the day. It's the 50% retracement from that swing low of Thursday. The 50% retracement from the swing low of Thursday in the NASDAQ is 25,809.5. Check out the low of the day today. It's 25,809.25. So within a tick, clearly program buying when you're within a tick of a divisible level like that. And then I also had the midpoints of the prior day, which are separate levels. And in the NASDAQ, that's 25,826, 69.87, 69.87.75 in the ES. So we saw buying across all of those levels. I'm long the Dow because I like the structure a little better, although it's really not giving me what I want to see. I'm probably going to be sitting in this. I got my stop below the low and my target at the halfway back from highs. And I'm kind of just letting it play out. Nothing too crazy, but CL, I think, is something you're going to want to pay attention to, guys, as it breaks out here. I don't know if you guys only trade the same markets, but I'm a person who switches markets because I believe that, if you do pay attention to more than one market, it allows you to trade bigger macro trends that give higher risk reward ratios as opposed to the indexes. They're back and forth choppy today. I mean, we're up on one, down on the other, nothing significant. There is, of course, always going to be movement, but if you're looking for a clean trend, it's in the commodity markets right now. The clean trend with the higher highs, the consistent breakouts, the pullbacks to buy. I always find that to be an easier trade personally. What do we got here, Jim? Crude oil breaking out. There we go. Jim's listening. Next target up to
Jim's always around.
62.32. He is always around, although he wasn't around last week.
Oh yeah. Well, sometimes you need a break, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Gotta give him credit.
For chat, I can go over gold for you guys. I'm seeing a lot of people looking at gold. I'll give you my view at least. I've been looking at this spot in gold. I do want to catch the action towards this spot. I do think they'll trade these prices again. When? Who knows? But this is not a bad start. They poked that swing, swept out, failed it, and intraday it looks like this. This is a really good pattern here. Prior day high, failed it. Second attempt, no go, and then they're working lower. Problem is, this was around the same time I took the NQ short, so I'm not trying to like, juggle everything all crazy as I'm just getting into a trade. So I did not take this, and then by the time I'm just like sitting in NQ runners, we're already approaching VWAP right here, so the whole thing was dead for me. I can't just fade it into VWAP like this. Need more runway. And then they had a bounce, but I do expect that if they can't get back outside of value on gold here, they can start that move lower back to this swing, to this low volume spot. And if they get any participation, they'll probably fill out these prices here, re-auction them at least. That's my view on gold. Obviously, the 45, 90s, 80s will be very important. If the market finds participation and willingness under that, they can start to re-auction this really thin profile. But yeah, this is a really good short. Just missed it. It's a very good setup, even on just a price action basis. But there's VWAP. I'm not gonna short into VWAP with like anything less than a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 risk reward like runway for myself. So I missed that, but that's just my read on gold. I'm also looking to peel off the NQ trade right here at this LVN. That would be about 80 so points. So that means I'm taking 100 down, 80 up. I cannot expect anything more than that. And I'm happy with that. So that's just gonna be that's literally my day. So you guys are catching the tail end of my trading session, unfortunately, but the market does what it does when it wants to, and that's just how the chips fell today. Gave a really good candle for me to look for shorts. Good parameters, 9 EMA. Go down, next spot on the structure, look for a taper, go back up. Don't overcomplicate it. Over NQ trade, what time span? That's a 1 hour chart. 1 hour chart, 1 hour bars. This is a rolling profile. 5-day rolling. This is a daily profiles. That's just where I do my homework, really. Also, guys, anyone that's new to the show, not every day is like this for me. So do not take it as a common occurrence. The reason I'm willing to just get this trade done is the day's been really good to me.
Kimberly Thomas, 11:30 to 11:45 will be the push up on CL. First of all, I don't know what time zone you're in. I assume East Coast. So if you're always quoting a time, just make sure let me know what time you're in. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I currently have no position in CL. I'm bullish the commodity, but yeah, I mean, I would have upside targets at 61.81. I just don't really have an entry right now. So I'm letting that alone. If we can pull back to 60, 62s, I'll be looking to take a long. We absolutely could go higher from here, but I just have no position in it. I did just take a position in the Russell. It's the last entry here, just a tight little stop, looking forward to push up through this most recent high. I'm going to give it 25 minutes to kind of do something here, and then make the decision either take it off. We are going to be moving into lunch in 15 minutes. Yep, Russell. But yeah, if you're long CL, stay long and trail. But for me, not having a position, I think the last viable entry on an aggressive move would have been 1030. I wasn't in that. So a lot of times I'll just keep that in the corner of my eye. Like, I'm bullish that market. I wouldn't want to short it. Same like yesterday we were talking about gold. I'm bullish gold, but when me and XY was on, I was like, even though I'm bullish gold, I think the trade is actually to the downside here. And it was to the downside, but I'm not going to take that trade. So I'm bullish oil. I think the trade is actually to the downside here, but I'm not going to take that trade. I'm going to wait for the long instead because I don't feel like I need to, always be in the market. I want to be on the path of least resistance. I think the path of least resistance is higher. We just need to pull back into a situation where, I see some traders getting shaken out, establishing a lower level of support, and then giving myself a better risk reward profile than buying highs. Because if you're initiating along right now in oil, you're buying highs. I think copper is a good trade right here. These indexes can continue to pump. Going to be interesting to see where we close. That first hour was nothing but selling, and it was almost like 10:30 on the dot. If you look at the lows, the market stopped selling off right around 10:30. It stopped selling off right at what I considered I always watched the midpoint of the prior day, which is just the middle of the prior day. We went right to it, and a lot of times in markets that are overlapping, at some point you're going to trade the midpoint. We're overlapping bullish. I would consider this market type overlapping bullish. Higher highs, higher lows, but we're still trading back in the middle of the range. This is my Indian camouflage shirt.
Sometimes he's leopard print, sometimes he's Indian camel. You never know. You have to tune in to see.
XYZ's got a uniform. I haven't gotten the uniform yet, so.
I've got like a reverse Steve Jobs.
All black, everything. Is your car black on black?
Everything's all black, man. Everything's all black except instead of like, what is it? What's that shirt with the fuck? It's like slipping my mind. The collar, the fucking turtleneck. Instead of a turtleneck every day, black turtleneck, it's just a robe and a black tee.
I can't even tell it's so black. Honestly, it's just your face just pops out, and I can't. There's no profile behind you. Like, I maybe got a chain on. I feel like everybody on the stream just has the darkest background. And maybe like a neon light.
It's like black charts, dark background, white charts, light background, and then you're like in the middle.
Do you have color on your sleeves? What's going on there?
Oh, no, it's a robe. It's a Versace robe.
Oh, nice. You've traded
Comfy,
Versace robe.
It minimizes drawdown on the trades.
Oh, incredible.
That won't believe me, but it's true.
I need to get one then.
You got it.
Navajo Jack. Yeah, yes, don't cancel me.
Chat, I see all this right here. What I meant, okay, so I do catch these trades regularly, but what I meant is I didn't eat a ton of shit trying to do it today. What was it, just last week maybe? I caught really good trades, but along the way of the second trade, which was like a high day short, I think I scratched out like 3 times. I actually even took another stop before I even got the trade, and it eliminated a pretty good chunk of my profits from the first trade. So yeah, that happens for sure. So that's what I mean. Today was just clean and clean. It's not always like that. Sometimes the market just like throws you around like a rag doll first. But I appreciate the kind words, guys. I just hope I'm giving some useful analysis.
Thrown around like a rag doll, is that something you're into?
Some things you can't talk about on stream, man. I don't want to get fired.
Not in my trades. How did I get into trading? I used to read the Forbes 500 when I was a kid, and I'd be like, what do these people do to make so much money? And then I realized every one of their wealth was tied to the stock market. So I started watching CNBC while most people were probably watching SpongeBob. And then I gave my dad $200 that I had saved up from mowing lawns, and I bought my first stock when I was 15. And then 2008 hit a few years later, like 3 years later, I think. And I was like 18 at the time, and I started just buying stocks. Just with all the money I had, I just saved money and didn't drink or anything. I just take my money and just buy stocks. That's how I got into it.
And then he did all that stuff later at the club.
Yeah, exactly. Now I hit the clubs. Now, there's really no great clubs in Chicago to be at, but I've had my fair share, but did plenty of cool things in my life.
You're an unk now.
Yeah, I'm Unc. I'm a dad. Just an old man, and an old man stuck in his ways. Try not to stay grumpy, you know. Still try to have the joy of light in my eye. Smiling at strangers, conversations in the
You
elevator.
smile at strangers.
Yeah, dude, I wave at strangers.
That's
I'm
good
a friendly
vibes, man.
driver.
That's good vibes. That's why you make money in the markets. It's good vibes.
Yeah, gotta stay positive, man. If you have just like a negative connotation about life and you're a trader, like, oof, probably that's a hard way to live, man. Trading's hard enough to have a bad attitude.
Yeah, it could bring a lot of misery, and then that misery tries to find company, and everyone's just miserable and upset. Give me your birds thoughts. Oh man, by the second half, the start, actually, I was telling my buddy, so we were watching together. I was like, this drive looks cool. They're like, oh, look at this drive. It's the first touchdown drive. They're killing it. I'm like, this is the same old shit. It's not gonna work. It works right now, but it's not gonna work for the rest of the game. I promise you. And by halftime, I'm like, that's what I'm telling you. And then the second half, same old story. So I'm like, this is cooked. This is all cooked. I think at this point, I would rather them lose to end the misery now, 18 weeks later, end my misery of watching this god-awful offense and the scheme, whose plays I'm basically calling out. You can tell what routes the wide receivers are going to run. Hitch route. Barkley up the middle. Barkley, there was a sequence where they ran Barkley up the middle 3 times. They only stopped on the third time because he got hurt. Right? These things never changed after week 2, week 3. So I'm glad that it was a wild card first round exit rather than them beating the Niners barely. Half hospitalized team, by the way, barely going to Chicago to get destroyed. They were not going to beat the Bears. Absolutely not. Last time they dismantled Patullo's offense, they'll do it again. I mean, there's not much to dismantle. Regular viewers like us that don't know anything could do it. So I'm hoping for some changes. It's day 2. Woke up. I still don't have an ESPN notification of coach firings. So we continue. We continue to hold out.
I'll be at the game on Sunday, and it's gonna be, I think, 13 degrees. So I just ordered myself some electronic heated socks.
That's crazy. 13.
Yeah.
An LA native cannot fathom that.
I saw a stat that when the Rams over the last, I don't know, maybe it's 40 years, have played in under 40-degree weather, their record is 1 win and 15 losses. So I don't know. I'm not a betting man, but it sounds like some pretty bad odds.
Do you sports that at all?
No. Wait, what was the question? Did you say, do I
Sports
bet
bet?
at all?
Sports bet?
Oh, no, I really don't know enough about sports. And like, I don't get excited because I trade all day, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
that's a huge
Like
thing.
if I lose money, I'm just upset.
It's like, why did I
Like,
even do this?
yeah, like, and if I win money, it's like I don't feel like woohoo. Like I've completely psychologically removed myself from feeling any type of excitement over like wins or losses with capital. I mean, that's why I don't really like the casino either, because I'm just pissed if I lose, and there's no
Well,
excitement
I'm
if I
such an
win.
idiot. I'm playing this negative EV game when I can just sit in my computer chair and do it better.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a negative. I mean, for me, for sure, it's a negative EV game to be betting sports. I mean, if you want to put $100 on to make the game more exciting, I just really don't feel like that does it for me. It's
Yeah.
just like I don't care.
I do think so. Prior to playoff starting, I would have said Rams would beat the Bears, definitely. And then I saw them play the Panthers, and I realized both teams are just competing to lose to the Bears anyway. At the time, I was thinking the Packers come to Philly. I was thinking, okay, we beat the Niners, whatever. But I don't think that the Rams can actually beat the Seahawks at this point. I don't know if any of you guys are Rams fans. I apologize. But I think now it's just gonna be Bears, Seahawks, and then if I had to guess, Seahawks, Bills. I don't know. I would have thought Patriots. I'm not sure if anyone. Oh, there's Broncos. Broncos really good defense. It's a good time to be a Seahawks fan, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't. I mean, if they just could play in any quarter but the fourth quarter, the Bears would be incredible. But unfortunately, they only show up in
Yeah,
the
like
fourth
because
quarter.
they're
They
working
just
with
like
that demon magic.
cliffhangers. I would be more interested in live betting a game because like you can
Fourth
get
quarter
like
betting.
yeah like plus 1,500. Like okay, I'm not taking like a minus 110. You
Nah,
know, like a plus 1,500 in the fourth quarter. Like okay, I'll take that. You know, that's a good risk reward scenario. Looks like we're breaking down here in
this
these
is a big
indexes.
turn at VWAP.
Failure to hold. We could just. I bet we're just gonna hang out right here though. Just
I
sweep the
mean,
low and
yeah,
hang.
I
Going
took
into
that.
lunch.
I took that last lot off because it's like this low volume area here, and I guess the market decided, hey, if we're not gonna go through and trade the 950s, then got more work to do, I guess. That was a pretty drastic move, and we've already got the retrace.
Yeah, I might.
Tracy, are we dead?
That's gonna be me waiting around now. Probably just gonna sweep the low, get the stops. I just don't know if there's enough sellers to take us. You know, we're that just kind of seems like a bunch of people trapped here and just sellers in this range stopping out, but no like real new sellers you can see as we hammering out of that low. So far, that seems to be a big support.
Honestly, all they've done was find new buying.
Yeah,
You
and
get to
take
see
me
all over
out.
the tape. Yeah.
I think it's going to be two-sided though the rest of the day. I mean, shorts and longs.
Mhm.
Wow, what a hammer out of there.
I know. Yeah, I don't think I think they will be ranging it inside current range for a good while.
Yeah, I don't see us taking out that overnight high today, but
They were close too.
yeah,
That
yeah,
wa-
the Nasdaq got close.
yeah, Nasdaq was ES was not close. Nasdaq was close. That was one of the things that helped me to hold on to the short, hold on to the side. So long as we haven't broken any side of the overnight range and we're just like running towards the overnight low after failing overnight high. So a lot of it was, hey, I think we make that choice now. Happened to work out my way, thankfully.
Yeah.
GC staying down. Yeah, I mean, gold's got a little bit of work to do. They generally don't leave this kind of stuff behind, not without like re-auctioning it. So it's just a matter of when. And well, twice now, they've shown that there's not enough interest to push price out here. So market's got one job at this point is to find new buying.
CL peaking a new high. Let's see if we can get that pullback now. And it is 11:30.
China restricts NVIDIA chip purchases.
Great.
So that was what it was, huh? And then the market decided, no, I still like these prices.
Yeah, I think that we were talking about the other day how many headlines we're going to see about China Nvidia chips. That's got to be the 15th headline. We're going to sell them. They're not going to buy them. They're going to buy them. We're not going to sell them. What?
It's like, all right, now you say it, and then
Yeah.
I'll say it. And then now you say the thing, and I'll say
Yeah.
the other thing.
I'm going to buy it. You're not going to sell it. Well, if you're not going to sell it, then I'm not going to buy it.
Well, now that you want to buy it, I don't want to sell it to you.
I feel like they just
This
make
cow
these
dry.
headlines up.
You can't restrict us. We restrict you. Yeah, well, my dad. Do you know who my dad is?
My dad will buy those chips.
Chat's funny, man. Also, chat, it's halfway into our stream session. We haven't begged for likes, so please do that.
Pump it up. You got
Here's-
we're at 173,000 followers on the subscribers. Also, make sure you
What?
subscribe. It was 171 last week. So we're up
Oh,
2K.
moving.
If you
gonna
are
break
new
out.
here, hit the like and subscribe button. If you are not new here, hit the like button.
Yeah, you don't need to hit subscribe.
I assume you're subscribed, but I don't know. I don't know for certain.
My dad works for Microsoft. He will ban you if you don't like. Hey, see? You guys know what's good for you.
Looks like copper here.
For anyone that got shaken out of their longs on that, I feel for you.
That would be me.
Oh, you got shaken out on that?
Yeah, I got back in just one, but like, yeah,
sucks.
I got wicked out. They came for me.
That sucks. They close like a crazy hammer candle too. 15-minute candles also insane.
I think this is going to be one of those days that we get that type of action. Unfortunately,
Mm-hmm.
I did just get long some copper.
Gold's making a move up too. Profile looks really balanced on gold. Unk, you listen to Viet house music? It's catchy. No, I didn't. Is that in right now or something? Is Vietnamese
Yeah, I was gonna say,
music
is that a
in?
thing? I was Ace Ventura for Halloween one time. I had a bunny. I had a bunny. It's a great costume.
Honestly, it's like you're looking at your outfit lately. I could see that. Yeah, you could definitely.
The leopard print. I mean, you never know what I'm gonna come on with a bear's suit next time. You never know what I'm gonna wear. I know what you're gonna wear. You never know what I'm gonna wear.
Yeah, now Jack's gonna have to go wardrobe shopping on a weekly basis, so he never wears the same thing twice. It's in the
I
contract.
got enough shirts to last me probably 2 streams a year or 2 streams a week for a year at least. They have 100 different. I know they have a very. It's just. I mean, are they temperature? Because the thing about living in like a colder climate, you got to have like way more clothes because you got to have.
Yeah.
You know, I got jackets,
You got a
for
layer.
days, layers. You know, then you need your stuff for the summer too. I will wear a Canadian tuxedo.
Do you have that? Do you have that on hand
yeah.
though?
Oh yeah.
You
I'm gonna have a jacket. I got jean
Little
shirts.
denim.
I got jean boots, dude. I got a jean pair
No
of boots.
way.
No, I don't have jean boots, but I'm coming with a Canadian tuxedo. I can go jean jacket.
No. You can't give chat whatever they want, except you gotta demand likes for it.
Oh yeah. If we get 700 likes, I'll go Canadian tuxedo. There is currently, I don't know how many people are watching, 968 people watching. So we should be able to get 700 likes. So I will go Canadian tuxedo. Oh, it's jumping.
Breakout.
And I'll have Britney Spears with me. I'll go full, what is his name?
Oh man,
Peppermint Sink.
he keeps sweetening the deal, chat.
I'll find myself a nice blonde, dress her up like Britney. We'll show up like they did to the VMAs in '94. JT,
Chat,
yeah,
this
JT.
is he's negotiating
Everyone-
against himself at this point. Hit the like. Everyone get on their burner.
That's funny. Yeah, you guys are pretty far. You guys got to keep pumping. Tell your friends to get on. Tweet it out. Tweet out the stream. Tell them JT's here. Brittany's coming. I'll have her bring the snake, the yellow snake. Just about every girl in Chicago at some point in time has made that their Halloween costume. So I
Yep.
can definitely make it happen.
Everywhere.
I can do goth. I actually have that too. But I was also goth for Halloween. So I've been.
Can you do emo? Emo goth?
My mom has posted photos on her social media, and I'm like, Mom, do not post that photo. Like I was 17 years old. That cannot see the internet. I had eyeliner, lip rings.
No way.
Yeah, dude.
All
Double
right, chat.
snakes.
That's next. That's next.
Oh.
We gotta see that. You
I
gotta
love
trade
Halloween.
a whole stream like super emo. The hair is like covering one eye.
I got the black spray paint. Mom, where's the meatloaf? You can have my mom on stream in 2 weeks when I go visit her. I'll tell her we want her.
No, you can't. Chat, you gotta hit the likes.
Yeah, no,
I'm
I told you
negotiating
700.
for him
I'm just
now.
letting you
gotta
know.
hit the likes.
Tracy,
How many likes for emo
Mom!
stream?
The meatloaf.
How many likes for emo stream? It's gotta be. I don't know. That one's kind of
That,
crazy.
we got to push 1,000. I mean,
Yeah, that has to be at least
if we go
1,000.
1 for 1, I mean, we have 900. They must have us muted.
Honestly, I think they just don't like us. Like we're on, and they're just like hate watching. Like I hate these guys. I hope they lose all their trades.
They're like, yeah, I love it when you guys just got ticked out.
My TP is when they get their stops taken.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's got to be at least 1,000. That emo stream looks like
Oh,
there's a lot of
that emo
prep work.
stream I will never live that down. That
But
picture
it'll
will
be
be all over
iconic.
the internet the rest of my life.
It'll be iconic. But it's a lot of prep work, so you can't it can't just be given away.
I don't know.
willy-nilly.
A rap battle would probably get inappropriate. I don't know if we can have a rap battle. There will be like some things dropped that like we wish
We'd
we
be
didn't
fired.
say. Yeah, they'd be like, guys, you cannot say that. Man, it's been a long time since I've had a rap battle. My vocabulary is like shrunk, to be honest. It's just mostly trading terms.
It's just like long, short, TP,
the
stop.
VWAP and the MACD coming
draw
at you.
down. All right, all right, well we'll do 3,000 likes.
Oh,
Jack will write a whole verse. Just one verse.
I'll absolutely.
He'll give you
Everybody
like
included.
12 bars.
I cannot say that ChatGPT will not help me, but I will write it.
12 bars. Would you short the market at today's high? I think that's really, really, really predictive. I can never make that choice, especially like from here.
It's a
I
vague
have to see
post.
what happens.
That's a vague post.
Yeah, I cannot. I cannot, and I don't try to predict things that far in advance. I know it's not that far, but for someone like me, that is far. Like, let's just get there first, and then see
Well,
what happens. And
We've
then
gone. There's like, I mean, not that I'm a big trend line drawer, but like, you know, you could draw that upsloping from
what are we doing?
Friday, Monday, like Friday. The third touch of a trend line does seem to be like pretty effective sometimes, but
Hold on. Let me see. What are we talking about? Friday.
drop in the Nasdaq.
Oh,
So drop
oh.
Friday's high to Monday's high.
Hold on.
Trend line, bro.
What was the day on Friday?
The day was Friday. No,
The-
the 9th.
From the high?
Yeah, just the high of Friday to the high of sorry about that noise. My mom's meatloaf is done.
You talking about like this?
Yeah, the top of the wick of the candle to the next day. Yeah, bro.
I thought you'd want it going downwards if you want to short it.
No, dude, the third touch of an upsloping trend line really does have like reactive. I see this a lot.
So I thought it'd
I'm
be
not a
okay.
huge trend line. Yeah, like upsloping ones, like it's like when the market's like increasing in price, it's if we were downsloping, like it would be a buy. I'm not a fan of like that channel trend line on the bottom. I'm more a fan of that top line trend line. So
Actually,
something that's-
technically, it already played out. You're saying third touch, right? This is 1, 2, 3, or is a touch only starting on the second one?
So once you have 2 points, like where you can start the trend line, anchor the trend line, and then pivot the trend line, I guess would be the terms. And then the third touch, I mean, hindsight's 2020, but you can clearly see that there was a reaction there.
So is this touch number? Is this
That's touch
number?
3. That's
This is
I
touch
guess
3.
that's yeah. I mean, is it touch 2 or is it touch 3?
That's the trick.
Yeah,
Mm,
I'm gonna call that a third touch just
okay.
for easy math. But yeah, the third touch of a trend line and like an upsloping, or if we were downsloping, and it's just like very new, like minimal new highs. So I don't know, that fourth touch, I'll watch when we get up there. I would definitely want to see some more confirmation than just that. But like this morning, as we had that second test towards it, where you said you got short, and then you had the divergence in the ES. I was trading oil when that was going on, so it wasn't something I was watching. But
Look
three
at
touches,
this.
three touches
1,
is all Sean needs.
2,
Shake it once,
3.
that's okay. Shake it twice, that's fine. Shake it 3 times, you're playing with yourself again. Name that song.
All right, that's clipped for sure. Third touch really does it for me as well. All right, we gotta put the brakes on chat.
We got to put on the Canadian
amazing.
tuxedo and get real kind now, ladies and gentlemen. This is getting out of control. We're gonna have to bring all the manners back.
You heard what you heard.
Midwest manners.
Okay, well, anyone who's long on that
I
fake.
have to cheer myself out after getting stopped on the lows in both my positions. Like, what else am I gonna do but make fun of myself?
Anyone who's long on that fake sell-off, congratulations.
Yeah, for real.
Also, another thing to consider with whoever asked, would I sell the highs? You do have to also consider how the market's getting to the highs. There's not only just like, yeah, they're buying through it clearly, but they are also finding sellers. And you have to consider what's happening to the sell side as prices moving to those highs. When that's the dynamic, it doesn't really instill too much confidence in shorting the highs just because it's the highs. But like I said, I'm always let's see what the tape looks like when it gets there versus trying to predict otherwise, because that doesn't pay me ever. Damn, Jack is on fire today. Yeah, hit the likes then.
Yeah, come on, give me that
Jake,
700.
I hope you hit the likes.
Do you want this Canadian tuxedo or what?
Yeah, prove
Seems
it.
like you people
Prove it,
don't care.
guys.
I'll trade specifically oil. What else is like a Canadian commodity? Do they sell? Do we have what
Ketchup.
syrup commodities?
You got like special ketchup.
Who's from Canada here? Do we have our Canadians in our house? Let's be honest, it's just the 51st state. We own you.
How much do you enjoy watching curling during the Olympics?
Ketchup chips, that's a thing.
Oh yeah, ketchup chips. I tried it. I don't really like it too much. When I was over in Canada, I can't say I'm a fan.
Okay, yeah, lumber. Okay, lumber is, I guess, a Canadian. So I will trade in a Canadian tuxedo, only Canadian futures markets that are dominated. Natural gas, lumber.
All this for like 700 likes?
I mean, bro, they have
That's a
they're not, they're
steal.
125 away and they got 15 minutes
You're
left.
giving them a combo deal, like a Black Friday combo meal deal.
I'm encouraging you guys to tweet out the stream or post it on your Facebook. If that's what you
Canadian
use.
iced wine? What even is that?
Sounds like we got Malort in Chicago. We got hogs. We are the capital of futures. Chicago is the capital of futures, ladies and gentlemen. They are.
Real
The amount of
Canadians
old
trade
school
hogs.
traders I know.
Hockey futures.
Is uranium a futures contract? feels like more of a shady deal than an open market.
They're trying to sell again, and they're not getting what they want.
The Russians. I
More
wonder how
futures
international
all-time
the
high if
viewership
Bears
here
win.
is.
I'm telling you guys, the Bears, they're working with some demon magic. This is not, it's crazy. It's not natural, I'm telling you.
Yeah, for sure. That came.
There is hey, Tracy says, yes, there is a uranium contract, but it's illiquid. So together, if we all trade it together, we can make it liquid.
Sounds like a bad way
It's
to make a market.
it's just all
NinjaTrader
that.
Stream has decided to liquidize. We're all just trading against each other, which is, I guess, what we're doing anyway. But there's a lot more people.
It's just chat.
Yeah, no, the Pope. I mean, what a story! And also, like, if you're into the NFL being scripted kind of thing, and the Bears, the Pope. I bet the Pope goes to the Super Bowl. Okay, check this out. This is what's going to happen. If the
Ooh.
Bears go, this is why the NFL needs the Bears in the Super Bowl, because the Pope, this is going to happen. You're going to come back and clip it. The Pope is going to go to the Super Bowl, and he's going to draw the largest international crowd of Catholics and in general that have ever watched the Super Bowl, because the Pope is going to the Super Bowl. That's what's going to happen.
Is this
Mark
Roger
that,
Goodell's
yo,
huge, gigantic, big IQ
This
play?
is the plan. This is the plan. Pope at the Super Bowl. Dude, is there a bet that the Pope will be at the Super Bowl?
You're about to get kidnapped.
Oh my gosh.
Roger Goodell is sending his goons to your house right now. Like, who told you? Jack, is the Pope betting the over or under? Or
Oh,
I
man.
mean, I'm sure there'll be prop bets like,
I think if I
is the
went into
Pope
the
gonna
Sistine
go to the
Chapel,
game?
I'd probably get burned alive. Instantly start melting. Like, you're a sinner. I'm
Our
engaging.
Goodell is a loser. Yeah. I don't think anyone likes him. I mean, it is what it is. He's a commissioner.
I think he's overpaid for running a nonprofit. That's what I think. What a
I think,
scam.
there's probably odds out already, not only on Bears Bowl, but probably like, is the Pope going to show up to the bowl, right?
There has to be, dude.
Bet on anything these days.
I mean, what else is that guy doing? Like, praying on Sunday. Okay. Church in Chicago and then Super Bowl. Or wait, no, it's not in Chicago. Where is the Super Bowl this year?
It's in LA, I think. Or
LA definitely needs
It's
the
L-
Pope. That place is full
I
of
think-
sin.
I think he would turn around if as soon as he steps foot in LA, he's like, oh, San Fran, yeah.
No, he's gonna help the homeless, but he's gonna be there like the rest of his term because there's way too many.
He's like,
of them.
work's not done, job's
He's
not
like,
finished. I
Oh
can't go
my
back.
goodness, we really have a homeless problem.
Job's not finished.
Job is never gonna be finished over there.
Santa
You guys import the homeless.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why I don't like to go to downtown LA, Hollywood. It's kind of dicey, A buddy of mine is a GM at a very, very, very notable restaurant in downtown LA, and he's just like, year after year, it's bad. He's like, I get spat on by a homeless guy at least like once a week, and I have to physically remove them.
That's crazy.
And this is with security because it's a very well-known establishment. Like every day.
Name drop it. Come on. Just
Bottega
tell us.
Louis.
Yeah, no, I don't like walking with my hood up in Chicago. We just had a guy I saw there like in the news, is like 59 arrests, smashed somebody over the head with a pipe, and they just like let him out of jail like next day. You're like, what?
Dude, recently
Why?
one of his coworkers, he was just walking to his car after work, close to his house, and he got hit by a machete 3 times from behind. Just a homeless guy with a machete. And somehow he's back at work now. It's actually insane. But he's in the hospital.
Sometimes you just wonder why that is.
Yeah, it's insane. Bougie. Yeah, he's GM at Bottega. Big guy that has to deal with hobos.
Wow, literally. What a move out of these lows in NQ and ES. So,
Look at the
all right,
candle.
just back to market talk. The upside targets I would have based on those halfway backs I mentioned that we traded. So the ES, like I said, ES, YM, NQ all came into last Thursday's low to the high of the week divided by 2, like to the tick. And so I project targets using fibs based on that. And the upside target I would have in the NASDAQ's going to be, you can write these down, but I don't have it on my screen. 26,165. That would be the target there. It's a 70 60 for the ES. So 70 60 for the ES. And the YM is going to be up at, one moment, drum roll, please. All right, well, I can't. My data's not showing, but YM's going to be up there. But yeah, so those levels, just keep them in mind. And once again, I'll repeat them for you guys. Oh, there's the YM. The YM is going to be 50,194. So 50,194 for the YM. And then the ES 7060 NQ is probably going to get there first. And it's going to be a 26,175 area. I use Fibonacci sequences to calculate those targets. So when we hold, that halfway back so accurately across 3 indexes simultaneously, an immediate reverse trend, that tells me that is a program buy. Like, that's just my theory. You can agree with it. You cannot. I frankly don't care what other people think. If they don't agree with my strategy, everyone has their own, but I've seen it happen enough times that it's just there's programs that do it. There's programs that trade a lot of strategies, but there's, when you have 3 different indexes stop at the same divisible level and immediately reverse trend, there's something to be said for that.
That's funny. I've been told there's only one real program.
There is only one real program, and it is.
Also, chat. Hi, Jim. Chat, I've instructed my friend, anyone who goes in there and asks and references XYZ is to be charged double. So it would be ill-advised.
Oh, did we name drop the restaurant?
Yeah, very, very briefly, but some people caught it.
That's right. I'm never going to LA.
I only go out to eat when Jim pays.
Dude, I always pay.
Yeah, that's why Jim's the man.
I know. I'm
Jim,
waiting to
let me
meet
know
up
next
with
time
you.
you're in Chicago.
Oh, well, I'll catch up with you, Jack. XYZ keeps ghosting me though, so I don't know.
Sounds like a girl to me.
I just like to play hard to get,
Ooh,
He's a good-looking man though, too. I'll give you that.
Not going to be able to resist this Canadian tuxedo.
Oh man, good job today, guys. Jack, I love the fact you're trading a couple of markets we don't see a lot. You guys trading, man. You're rocking the copper and the Dow.
Yeah, coming in with the OG, the original markets. But yeah, we'll see where they go. I unfortunately did get taken on a low and decided to get back in the YM. But I'm going to leave these on as is as we roll into the lunch hour and just kind of be watching, probably.
Right. I remember when the Chicago Board of Trade first introduced the Dow Jones indexes, and their big slogan, and they had T-shirts printed out on this. It said, "Never trust an index over 30." It was pretty.
I heard the Dow pits from my old school pit traders were like the beginner pits back in the day.
Yeah.
And that the grain options pits I heard were some of the best traders. That's what I've been told, but I wasn't there.
Well, you could see it. I mean, grain traders are great now. I mean, you could see it in the wheat chart from yesterday where they watched the report. Wheat fell out of bed like in an instant and then just went sideways. So for a long period of time. So they just nailed the price. They knew where the price needed to be, and it moved there and stuck. It was nice to see.
Wow. Yeah, I don't spend too much time. Maybe I'll start bringing those markets in. But yeah, I'm always scared of a limit down, limit up, and I don't see those in anything but those markets, really.
Flat and all.
Yeah.
Remember just like half an hour ago, we're like, I don't think we trade overnight high. Gotta delete that tweet.
Delete that tweet.
Gotta find it and delete it.
Oh, yeah. Well, XYZ, you were on fire coming in today. You had a great trade going.
I know. Well, they played it clean for me, so
yeah.
yeah.
Anyway, well, that's great job, you guys. Appreciate your time today. While you're still here, I do have an announcement for everybody in the chat and anybody who's listening outside of the chat. Tomorrow afternoon, 4 o'clock, we have a special retail therapy session with the one and only Jared Tendler, author of The Mental Game of Trading. Jared, he's unbelievably awesome. He golfed against XYZ. It was a match. Um, but Jared, he's going to interview a couple of retail traders and go through the process of what he does and how he asks questions. It's going to be great. So that's a special deal tomorrow after Trade the Close. So that's at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Very
And
cool.
then later on this afternoon, I might as well announce this right now if I could remember who is trading the close. I do believe it is Nick and Joey. So Nick Furtick, Joey Morgan are going to be with us this afternoon, right after Shai does her afternoon update and I do an edge report. These cats are going to be trading live this afternoon, so we're looking forward to that. In the meantime, thank you, XYZ. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate everybody's thumbs up. Appreciate everybody's subscription. These guys are awesome. Let's give them a hand of applause. Good job, guys. I will talk to you guys later. I'm going to do a quick edge report.
Later, Jim.
All right, real quick here. I just wanted to point out something interesting in gold. This is a 10-minute candle chart and gold futures right now. And, IB high was established, right? IB high was established around, I don't know, 46, 44. It sold off, got a little bit got choppy, and then went all the way back down to session VWAP. So this candle right here, this 1120 to 1130 candle closed right below VWAP. But guess what didn't happen? We didn't have another confirmation candle close below that. The opposite happened. We had buyers push this thing back up against that session VWAP, and we closed pretty high. Not only that, we closed back over that 50% retracement after testing the 61.8% retracement. This was a great signal. After that candle closes, it's a good long signal. I know I'm looking back in hindsight, but another green candle. We're moving back up to the midpoint of that IB. Of the initial balance right now as we speak, right up that 38.1%. But these VWAP touches are really, especially between 11 and 12 o'clock, I like to look for these VWAP touches in some of the commodity markets, even the equity markets, and see if they stick, right? It touched, went a little bit below, freaked out a little bit, but patience, wait for your confirmation candle. So that was a good move. Crude oil, I wanted to kind of pop that up real quick also. Let's go to the daily chart here on crude. This just blew through December highs. I mean, today's candle, just a huge plus 3% move up on the session, blew through this is a long-term area consolidation, right? This was a sticky December. And boom, we're just 61.35. Anthony's been talking about it. Tracy's been talking about it. Happened today. And we're still no wick at the top of today's candle on a daily chart. Intraday, we hit that MenthorQ 1 day max and then some. There's that 1 day max. Boom. As a matter of fact, the point of control is right near that 1 day max. It's above it right now. It's 61.33. Yeah, there's a little bit of a double distribution here in the point of control, competing point of control. We lost track of that on the IB Open. So that's in the rearview mirror right now. I don't expect us to get way back down there. That 9 EMA is looking pretty nice. We're walking up along it. Thank you for that, XYZ. So looking pretty strong here. There's some targets still. I mean, R3 we rarely get to R3 as part of the pivot study, 62.32 intraday, but it's still there if we can get a breakout to the upside. Alternatively, we do have a lot of resistance that we have right here, approximately 61.43. And some would argue if they would squint and use their drawing tools to say that there's an ascending triangle there and we're hitting a peak. Anything could happen right now, but crude oil is definitely the market of the day, other than silver. Silver's out of control. One last fun market really quickly here. Let's see if I can get my meta chart up. There we go. And Tracy confirmed this for me earlier. I wasn't so sure. This is meta. I know it's not a futures market, but it's a fun chart. We have this potential cup, right? This was the earnings gap that we had in meta in October. We have this little cup going on here, and then a potential handle right here, but it failed. Today, for sure, it failed. We broke on through here. Cup and handle pattern out the window right now is meta is in jeopardy. In any event, appreciate everybody being here today with us on NinjaTrader Live. We had a great session. We're looking forward to this afternoon's session with Nick and Joey, me and Shai. And then again, reminder, tomorrow, 4 o'clock, Jared Tendler, you don't want to miss that, along with all other great guests we're going to have all day long. Appreciate everybody being here today. Relax, have a nice lunch, take it easy. Hopefully we'll see you back here at 2:30.